Namaste. You are very welcome.
Thank you, Farna, for asking me. Great to see you.
And this is our India Day 2020, and we are live from Farmley in Dublin, in Ireland. And we are extremely privileged and delighted to have Meev Smith with us, because when we talk about yoga, I can say that there is a difference between just doing the practice, and there's a difference between living the life with yoga and embodying the practice of yoga. So I still remember during my teacher training, when I first met Maeve, it was like an instant connection. And the minute our eyes met, and there was something that connected instantly. So I'm really, really privileged to make a friend with such a lovely person. And the interest is same, because for me yoga is more about the philosophy. Yoga is more about the mind. Yoga is more about what we practice in our day-to-day life, and that's exactly what Maeve believes in. So I will not delay your contact with Maeve Smith, because she is a real practicing yogi. And I would like Maeve to tell us a little bit about her journey into yoga and how it has changed her life.
Great. Thanks, Aparna. Thanks for having me on. Actually, it's funny because on India Day, and this weekend's very special, I have a very special connection with India for quite a funny reason, in that it's the only place I've ever been where people can pronounce my name. Normally, when I go somewhere else, MEABH is normally, I get Meba and all sorts. So in India, everyone says Meeb or Maeve. It's lovely. Yeah, I mean, I actually came to yoga, God, over a decade ago, after marathon running. So I was doing a lot of long distance running, and so I liked exercising, the physical stuff. And actually, it's funny, when I've been studying different books, then I later learned that kind of in order to, when I was reading from BKS Iyengar, that actually the practice that we do is actually very good for people who like physical activity, because people who are quite physical need a strong practice in order to find the stillness on the mat. So once I got, once the understanding comes, you start fitting everything together about your journey and how you got to where you were. So I actually had a tendon tear after the marathon, and I was very lucky. I live out in kind of the Maynooth direction, and I passed Paula Mitten's class, who's our teacher. Paula Mitten's an absolutely wonderful teacher out here. She trains teachers and just inspiring, wonderful individual. So I was lucky to have her as my local teacher. I went into her class, and I practiced Ashtanga initially, and I found it physically very challenging, but then something else was happening after I started going again and again, and I didn't know what that was. So I was curious and I wanted to learn more, and I just kept going back until I wasn't really doing as much running anymore. I was just doing lots of yoga, and I guess I found that, yoga, I always return to the sutras in yoga, and the third sutra about yoga, and now the seer abides in his own true nature. And I just felt like the more I did yoga, the more I was getting in tune with myself, and actually just being really content. And it just is absolutely magical. It's such a wonderful gift that India has given to the world, and it's just amazing to be able to celebrate it with you. And then I just started to study more and more, and learn more and more. And obviously my studies, because I'm a late student, let's say, not like yourself, Aparna, I'm just getting a little touch of it. But the impact that it's had on me is amazing, really transformative. So now I did another course after that. I started studying more and more. I did a kind of a year-long course called the Heart of Yoga out in Blackrock in Ashtanga Yoga Dublin. And then I went on to my teaching training straight after. I didn't have I wasn't thinking I'd teach. I just wanted to know more and learn more and really immerse myself in yoga. And I was really fortunate to be in a position to do that. And Yeah, so here I am now, and we got to meet on the teacher training in Durga, which was
Yes.
yoga.
And you have been with me even in the place where my philosophy of yoga that I learned from Ramakrishna Mission
Yeah,
in Ireland.
yeah,
And one of the Swamiji will be speaking straight after we finish our talk.
yeah.
So whenever we talk about yoga, it's the Patanjali's Yoga Sutra that always serve like a roadmap for yoga practice.
Yeah.
And we always focus so much when we are learning about yoga during teacher training.
Mm,
And we talk about yama, niyama,
mm,
asana, pranayama, pratyahara, dhyana, dharana, and samadhi. And it is so important that we differentiate that the body needs to be prepared so that the mind can reach the state of yoga, and
mm.
the last four stages are focused on that. So
Yeah,
would you like to share with us some of the Patanjali Sutra or any favorite one that you think is very
yeah,
important for yoga practitioners?
yeah. Actually, that's one of the things that I love about the practice is that while it's infinitely complex and profound, there's really practical elements to yoga. There's the eight limb path that you've described. And I remember reading about Iyengar talking about how the niyamas bring you from essentially taking a bath to meeting God in 5 steps. So, with his humor that he has, so I just find there's really practical elements. There's a really nice passage in the Bhagavad Gita where Krishna talks about meditating in a really practical way, how to sit, how to close down the eyes, and so it goes from these really deep teachings into just how you do yoga. So I took a couple of kind of slokas or passages from the Bhagavad Gita that I thought were really kind of, I just really spoke to me during one of my teacher trainings. I can read them out in English and Sanskrit, or just English.
Yes, yes.
I read in Sanskrit, you might like.
I would love to hear it in Sanskrit from you.
Okay, in my Dublin accent, I'm happy to do that. So, it in Sanskrit, it is Shreyan Svadharmo Viguna Paradharmat Svanushattitat Swadharma Nidhanan Shreya Paradharmo Bhayavaha.
Now you can explain the meaning.
And it is far better to perform one's natural prescribed duty though tinged with fault, than to perform another's prescribed duty, though perfectly. In fact, it is preferable to die in the discharge of one's duty than to follow the path of another, which is fraught with danger. So, all about the importance of really following your own dharma, your own path, whatever is served up to you in life, that is your journey, and embracing that. You can't live somebody else's life, and the closer you are to finding that, which is something that meditation really does for you, is helps you to find that contentment in your own path. That is like the most kind of true way and peaceful way to live. I really
Because
it's
there are
hard.
many paths, isn't it, Maeve? So I know that you will be demonstrating us as well a little bit of yoga practice,
Yeah,
because your own physical practice is pretty strong as well. So you kind of maintain that balance where you keep the physical and the mental practice in good balance.
yeah,
And that is what yoga is about, because yoga has so many branches of jnana yoga, where it is all knowledge based, and then karma yoga, which you
yeah,
talked about in that shloka,
yeah,
and doing your own duty, and then raja yoga, which is one of my
yeah,
favorite.
yeah,
So the mental yoga, or the royal path of
yeah,
self study, then hatha yoga practice, which is very much part of vinyasa yoga practice, because yogis really work hard on their bodies. And hatha yoga practice, I know vinyasa is a different style, but ultimately physical practice is very strong in vinyasa. And then nada yoga is all about the music and the sound yoga. And then bhakti yoga is again one of my favorite, because I am very kind of on that path with Ganesha.
yeah.
So which path you think attracts you more?
That's a really good question. I like, obviously Hatha yoga is where I kind of found yoga, but now as I kind of go into my practice, definitely kind of the karma yoga and jnana yoga seem to be where I'm drawn to as well. So learning more and then serving more are really where I'm drawn, and I'm lucky that I'm in a position where my day job allows me to do that type of virtualize
So
people.
what do you do? Like, I know you are a very good yoga teacher, very strong yoga teacher, and that does not dilute your practice. But I would like our audience to know that actually Maeve works full time in another job as well. If you would like to share with us,
No
what
problem
do
at
you
all.
do?
Yeah, I work for an absolutely wonderful organisation called Irish Wheelchair Association, and I manage communications there. And it's just a wonderful community of people. We have thousands of people from our frontline workers to our members, and we work with people with physical disabilities, and we're all part of the one community. And we have wonderful community centres. We do assisted living, supporting people in their homes. We have buses. So it's a great, great place to be. And very lucky to be working there in my day job. And before that, I worked in overseas development for about 16 to 18 years. That's how I got to go to India.
Yeah, and where did you travel to India, Maeve,
I
when
went
did
to
you work?
Karaput. So Karaput in Orissa. So I spent a couple of weeks with tribal people in Karaput, interviewing them and speaking to them. And that was a very really positive experience, and really interesting, because I love meeting new people. So in that job, I got to see, I guess, a lot of the peace and the chaos in the world. I travelled with. I went back and forth to kind of where refugees were coming into Europe when the refugee crisis hit a few years ago. I got to see the struggles that they faced. So I guess this path of yoga really puts it up to us to be more compassionate people in Ireland, and to kind of welcome people. And so I think it's so important now in the world we're in, that there is time put aside for these kind of deeper aspects of our lives, so that we can kind of be more open and compassionate to the planet, people, and to be really practicing what is said in the Eight Limb Path and Patanjali's path and in the sutras.
Yes. And how long did you stay in India, Maeve?
How long was I there for? I was only there for about 2 weeks. I'd love to go back. Hopefully at some point I will.
After Corona.
Yeah, I know. And a lot of the journey was actually getting there. So we had to go through Mumbai and then Vizag and then to Karaput, and then we had to drive, I think, every day for 2 hours to reach the communities that we worked with. It's in a little community called Jilligown, and yeah, it was great. It was just great to meet people and hear about their experiences, and meet new people, chat, and then be able to bring kind of people's stories back to Ireland as well. So it was really a very privileged.
Thanks, Maeve. So would you like to show us a few stretches, and then some of the glimpses into your very strong practice of arm balance or headstand, whichever you choose. It is up to you.
Yeah.
So I might even switch off, like I'll go backstage and I will let you show our audience some of the yogasanas, please.
No worries, no problem. And I know Aparna had a special request that I do an arm balance, so I'm going to do side crow and headstand. So I'll start by doing a kind of a probably Surya Namaskar type warm up, so that we can get moving and just go straight into it. So you can join me or watch.
Thank you. I'm so looking forward to see you in action.
Thanks, Aparna. I'll pop back to my mat, so I might move my camera a little bit just so you can kind of see it. Now I'll just check that you can see my mat. There we are.
Yes, it's all perfect. I can see it. If there is any problem, I will come and tell you.
No worries at all. No worries at all. Tip this up a little bit as well. Now, My cat Bobby, oh, sorry, apologies. My cat Bobby likes to join me when I'm practicing yoga, so he's probably going to join.
Your cat is constant companion, and I'm sure she has learned a lot of yoga at this stage.
He's the best person I've ever, furry person I've ever met. So if you want to join me, we'll all come to stand at the top of the mat, and we get straight into it. So standing with your feet either hip distance apart or big toes touching and heels slightly apart, and close down the eyes for a moment. Bring your hands together in Anjali Mudra, heart center, or resting by the side in Tadasana. Take a moment to settle down into that space on your mat. Becoming aware of the flow of breath in the body. Following the trail of breath in through the nose, allowing the lungs to expand, muscles around the ribcage to expand and the belly to balloon outwards. And as you inhale, allow the stomach to relax, the ribs and lungs to soften and the air to flow out the nose. So breathing deeply with this full awareness of the breath. As you begin bringing a quietness to the mind, and allowing yourself to connect the breath body and the physical body. Allowing yourself to slow down, let go of any busyness of the breath. Filling the lungs, body with life force energy, with prana. As we move, trying to keep that connection with the breath and the movement. For those of you that practice Ujjayi breath, bringing a gentle tone to the muscles in the back of the throat, creating that audible sensation of the breath, that oceanic sound, breathing through the nose. We're also just trying to cultivate a soft, deep breath within you. Bringing your awareness now to the feet. Pick up all the toes, fan them out and place them down on the mat, one toe at a time. Gentle lift at the instep as you ground down to all four corners of the feet, finding rootedness through the feet. Bringing your awareness to the muscles in front of the thighs, engaging those muscles. Bringing the pelvis into a neutral position. Gentle lift of the breastbone as you roll the shoulders back and down in the sockets, finding length in the back of the neck. One more deep round of breath, and then gently blinking the eyes open. With an in-breath, reach the arms overhead, hands together if you can. Exhale, swan dive down to the floor, hinging from the hips. Fingertips down to the mat, relax the head, the knees can stay soft. Inhale, halfway lift. Exhale, hands down, step the right foot back. Lower the right knee down to the mat, untuck the toes. With an in-breath, reach the arms overhead for crescent moon lunge, allowing the front knee to track forward over the ankle. As you exhale, plant the palms down, tuck the right toe, lift up the right knee, step back into high plank, lower the knees down, followed by the chest. Keeping the elbows wrapped well into the body and bend. With an in-breath, lift the heart center, gaze forward, coming into cobra pose, Bhujangasana. Exhale, tuck the toes and come down into Adho Mukha Svanasana, downward facing dog. Step the right foot forward, lower left knee down to the mat. With an in-breath, reach the arms overhead. Exhale, frame the front foot, tuck the back toes, step to the top of the mat. Inhale, halfway lift. Exhale into a forward fold, Uttanasana. Inhale, root through the feet and rise up, palms together. Exhale into Samasthiti, standing. With an in-breath, reach the arms overhead. Exhale, forward fold down to the mat. Inhale, halfway lift. Exhale, hands down, step left foot back this time, lower left knee down to the mat, untuck the toes. And with an in-breath, reach the arms overhead. Exhale, frame the front foot, step back into high plank, lower knees down, followed by the chest. Inhale, Bhujangasana. Exhale, Adho Mukha Svanasana. Step left foot forward, lower right knee down to the mat, untuck the toes with an in-breath. Reach the arms overhead, lifting out of the hips, lifting out of the pelvis, draw the belly in. And as you exhale, frame the left foot, tuck the right toe, step to the top of the mat. Inhale, halfway lift. Exhale into a forward fold. Inhale, reach the arms overhead, palms together. Exhale, Samasthiti, equal standing. Surya Namaskar A. With an in-breath, reach the arms overhead. Exhale, swan dive down to the floor into Uttanasana. Inhale, halfway lift. Exhale, hands down, stepping back into high plank. So your option to continue with the knees down version or to take Chaturanga Dandasana. You're taking Chaturanga, come forward on the toes, come into Chaturanga, and with an in-breath, come into Urdhva Mukha, upward facing dog, or staying in Bhujangasana. Exhale into downward facing dog. Adho Mukha Svanasana, holding it there. With two options, either taking Chaturanga Dandasana, upward facing dog, or Adho Mukha Svanasana, or knees down and coming into cobra pose. So lifting the hips up and back, sending the energy down the back of the legs. And you can keep the knees bent if you feel like there's any rounding going on in the spine to get length through the spine. That might be more comfortable. Relaxing the shoulders away from the ears. And the drishti point or gaze is towards the navel in this pose, keeping the back of the neck nice and long. Finding that connection with the breath. As you exhale, gaze forward, stepping or floating to the top of the mat. Inhale, halfway lift. Exhale into a forward fold. Inhale, reach the arms up, palms touch. Exhale, Samasthiti, equal standing. Bend the knees. Inhale, reach the arms up into Uttanasana, chair pose. As you exhale, come into a forward fold, Uttanasana. Inhale, halfway lift. As you exhale, you can step back into high plank and lower into Chaturanga Dandasana, or take the knees down variation. Inhale into upward facing dog or cobra. Exhale, downward facing dog. And we'll step right foot forward, coming into high lunge with that back foot, with an in-breath coming into Virabhadrasana 1 with lunge, but feel free to use the traditional foot placement if that's what you prefer. As you exhale, frame the front foot, lightly step back into high plank, lower into Chaturanga, or knees down. Inhale into upward facing dog or cobra. Exhale into downward facing dog, Adho Mukha Svanasana. Step left foot forward between the hands with an in-breath rising up into Virabhadrasana 1. Front knee stacked over the ankle and hugging the energy into the midline. As you exhale, frame the front foot. Step back into high plank, lower Chaturanga. Inhale, Urdhva Mukha Svanasana. Exhale, Adho Mukha Svanasana. Holding Adho Mukha Svanasana. Deep breathing through the nose, drawing low belly in towards the spine to engage flying up block, Uddiyana Bandha. At the end of the outward look forward and step or float to the top of the mat. Inhale, halfway lift. Exhale into a forward fold. Bend the knees. Inhale the arms up. Chair pose, rooting down into the heels. Exhale, Samasthiti, equal standing. So a little bit of a warm up there, and I'll go into the arm balances now. Okay, Brenna?
Yes, Maeve, can we do the arm balances now? Because I know we ran a little bit late, so
Yeah.
Swamiji is waiting backstage.
Don't worry, I'll keep waiting with that. Okay,
Thank
so
you, but take your time, another few minutes.
exhale, hands heart center, and come into revolved chair. You have the option to stay there or fly the arms open. And if you wish to come into Parthakasana, come down onto the floor. Two options. You can place your hands, the upper arms, on your thighs, and then place the hands down on the mat. Keep the fingers nice and active. So you're really holding onto the mat, a pillow in front of the head, and this is the first time we've done this. It's really, really recommended. And then come forward. And see if you can lift one foot off the mat and then the other coming into a balance. So that's one option. Second option is to place the hands out to the sides. And you need good, strong chaturanga arms for this, lifting up the feet. And if you can do that, Vipada Vinyasa is the next option. Straightening the legs. I'm coming down. You can give that a go, 50 on both sides. So I'll meet you at the top of the mat in chair pose. Exhale, hands to heart center, coming into the opposite side. So twisting to the left hand side, slide the arms open. And then we'll come to place the hands on the mat again. I'll turn around so you can see. So either taking an option where your thighs are on the upper arms, lifting the feet off the mat, or placing left hand out. Engage through the core, lift up, get your thigh bouncing right on the arm. And then a lot of this is like tipping forward to find that natural kind of flow of the body. You can hold yourself up. You can be down to the mat. I know we're short on time, so we'll meet together at the top of the mat in chair pose. And then exhale, down to the feet, standing. So that is part of Vipassana. So I'll wait to hear from Arna. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Maeve. Are you done, or are you going to do something else?
I can do, depending on your time. I know it's half. I can do headstand or.
Yeah, do. We would love to. We would love to see your headstand. It's a long time since I have seen that. Thank you.
So I'll come straight into headstand from downward facing dog. Normally a flow through to it. Come down onto the knees, and then measure out the distance so that I like to kind of have so that your elbows are stacked under your shoulders. So you're creating a natural scaffolding with the body, so that the shoulders are stacked on top of the upper arm bones. Arms are nice and strong. So if your elbows are ringing out to the side, you're missing that natural kind of scaffolding or architecture to help you keep strong in the pose. Interlace the fingers, place the hands down on the mat. Sometimes I measure out by placing the elbows on either side of the knees, and that kind of gives me that kind of really narrow position with the hands. Placing the top of the head down on the mat, coming into a downward dog with the head on the mat, and then starting to lift the feet up into the air. Keeping lifting out of the head, so keeping the weight out of the head. The head is on the ground, it's rushing onto the ground. Really the arms up or back, keeping you strong in the pose. And holding it there. And then you're ready, coming down. That's coming into it with straight legs, but you don't have to do it with straight legs. You can kind of kick up at a wall, or you can place the head down on the mat. If you're away from the wall, and it's good to do this at the wall if it's moves you. Then you're tucking one foot in on the other and coming in through the tuck. And then coming down through a tuck as well. All the way down to the floor. That's just the headstand. The king of poses.
Thank you so much, Maeve. I'm getting lots of positive feedback from everyone who's watching, and they really appreciate you doing this live practice for them and sharing your own personal experience. And we really thank you all. Is there any last word you would like to tell the viewers?
Yeah, I mean, for me, yoga has completely transformed my life. I always had a good life. I was very fortunate, but really committing to my meditation practice it's transformative. It really is. It just creates so much space around your thoughts, and it helps us to live more skillfully. So thank you for sharing that with us. So grateful to India for that. So
you're teaching today as well, aren't you?
At 12, yeah. So this has been a great warm up, and yeah, just have a little shavasana later if anyone joined me. Make sure to have your couple of minutes of lying down. So thanks so much for having me, and have a wonderful India Day.
Sorry, I was muted somehow by mistake. Yes. Thank you so much, Maeve, and have a good day, and wishing you a very happy and successful journey may the journey continues, and I know it will. And we will meet soon, hopefully, after this Corona period is over. I can't wait to have you over to my house. Namaste.
Namaste. Thank you, everyone. Stay well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Namaste, Swamiji. You're very welcome. So I'm going to start our next session with Swamiji with the chapter 6 of Bhagavad Gita, verse 34. It says, Chanchala hi mana Krishna pramathi balvadaram tasyaham nigraham manne vayurovi sadushkaram. The mind is very restless, turbulent, strong, and obstinate. O Krishna, it appears to me that it is more difficult to control than the wind. And that is the truth, that the mind is so restless and mind is always running and rushing. And for that, there are so many people who are working for us to help attain this peace of mind without any selfish motive. And one of that center we have in Ireland, which is very dear to me personally, because my own guru, Swami Purnanandaji, that's where I learned my practice of yoga and philosophy of yoga and all the teachings of Vedanta that is so difficult to understand, but Swami Purnanandaji made it so simple to understand it. So I will say few words about this center, and then we are so lucky and privileged to have Swami Vimokshanandaji with us. So it was called Dublin Ayur Vedanta Society, and now it is called Ramakrishna Vedanta Center, and it's in Ireland. It's a branch of the Ramakrishna Order of India, worldwide spiritual and welfare organization, like the other branches in Asia, North and South America, Europe and Africa. The center in Dublin is a well-known charity, a self-sustaining unit that looks to the Ramakrishna Order of monks for spiritual guidance. The center bases its teachings on the system of Vedanta, which combines both the religion and philosophy of Hindus, especially as propounded and practiced by Sri Ramakrishna Paramhansa in 1836 to 1886, and his spiritual consort and companion Holy Mother Sri Sharada Devi from 1853 to 1920, and his chief disciple Swami Vivekananda 1863 to 1902. And Swami Vivekananda, his well-known name all around the world. And it was his initiative that these centers are present in every part of the world. And so without any further delay, I would like to ask Swami Vimokshanandaji about his journey into Ramakrishna mission. And I know that one stage he shared with me that his first place where he visited or where he joined this order is actually my hometown in Kanpur. And because he told me, I went and visited Ramakrishna Mission Center in Kanpur, and I really received a very warm welcome, and what I saw in Kanpur Ramakrishna Mission, I have no words to describe how beautiful that experience was. So Swami Vimokshanandaji, please bless us with your beautiful words.
Om Akhanda Mandalakaram Vyaptam Yena Characharam Tatpadam Darshitam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramakrishna. Thank you, Aparna, for your kind words. And I must congratulate everyone, particularly Prashant and his team of volunteers who have put this India Day 2020 on with the purpose of having India-Irish relations to be sustained and to grow further. So I'm very happy to participate in this on this occasion. So as you told me, yes, this is very wonderful day, and I have been seeing some of the yoga practice of me as well as your introductions, etc. It's very nice. And with this, the whole day program is going on. And Prashant wrote to me that I should speak here something about Sister
Sister
Nivedita.
Nivedita, yes,
Yes, yes,
absolutely. So we are really, because Sister Nivedita, we
exactly.
don't know that much about her. So please
Yes,
enlighten us with
yes,
about her journey.
yes. Why that is very important, as Prashant told me, is for the fact that Sister Nivedita was born Irish. And here we are trying to bring a good relationship between Ireland and India. So naturally, her life and teachings are very prominently can be viewed in this context. That's why he requested me. I'm so happy to speak about Nivedita. You see, Nivedita was born in Ireland, but presently, because of the political divisions of Ireland, that place where she was born, Dungannon, as is in Northern Ireland, which is one with the United Kingdom. But if you see the Ireland as a one Ireland, then Sister Nivedita belonged to this Ireland, and she was Irish.
Yes.
150th year of her birthday, we celebrated 3 years before. So at this time, this is the occasion that we found that a lot of literature came out on Sister Nivedita, and many people all over the world started knowing about Nivedita. Though Nivedita was born as an Irish, she grew up major years in London only, and then she was very interested from childhood onwards on spiritual matters, because her father was a priest also, and he taught her many things, and her grandmother also taught her many things. So there she was in that way of living, of searching for something, what is truth. So that is how everybody starts their spiritual life. You may be religious. I'm not talking about the religious life of every person. But then spiritual life starts with the question, what is who I am, and what I am for which I was born, and where I am going. As Aparna was telling me that may your journey continue. So the journey continues. So what is that journey? So that is what the question arises in spiritual life. So I'm so happy that to say that Sister Nivedita, whose early name was Margaret Elizabeth Noble, and she was wonderful lady. Even at that young age, she was interested in the education of women and the children. So she was very much influenced at the early age by the great educationists Pestalozzi and Froebel and others. And she started a school at the age of 21. Can you imagine? For tiny tots. And she told them, there is no book for you to read. You just play and learn. So through play, she started teaching the children many things. So her school became very famous, and she was considered as one of the think tank people. That means she is very intellectually very honored. So she was taken to some of the clubs where intellectuals come gather. So one day she heard from one of her friends that a Hindu monk, a yogi, has come from India and he is going to address. So she was interested in this matter, so she went and she sat there. And when all the audience have come and sat, about 5 minutes or so, Swamiji entered. And when he entered, Sister Nivedita described as if a full of a person with luminosity, a bright light has entered. And he went and sat on the dais and he closed his eyes and started meditating. And he was telling, Om. That Om sound itself was reverberating in the hall. And Sister Nivedita was stunned, like her, so many others who were there. And Sister Nivedita was wondering what he's going to speak. And on that day, Swami Vivekananda spoke. And nearly about 2 hours he spoke on Hinduism and the yoga philosophy, etc. So Nivedita got attracted. She thought, here is a person who can guide me in my spiritual life. And she took him as her own guru. And he also received her warm-heartedly, and he said, Nivedita. So her name was not Nivedita at that time. She was still called Margaret Elizabeth only. She said, Margot. He used to call her Margot. He said, Margot, so would you come to India to help my work? She said, yes, I will definitely go, she said. And what for she had to go? So I just quote from her own words. She recounted later, I had recognized the heroic fiber of the man and desired to make myself the servant of his love for his own people. This is the man. What she found in Vivekananda was love for his own people. And that made her understood, yes, I want to make myself the servant of this person who loves his country so much. And then she came to India. When she came to India, Swamiji gave her certain directions. What are the things she is supposed to work with? So one of the important points Swamiji told her was that here Swamiji, I mean Swami Vivekananda. So shortly I will say Swamiji. So Swamiji told her that I want you to work for the development of Indian women's education. So she took it as a main plank. And then she said she started doing all the other things that come from education. What are the other things she gave? Because Prashant told me what was Nivedita's, as an Irish woman, her contribution towards India. So her contributions are many fields. One is women education, women empowerment. That is the first thing she did. Second was fostering a sense of Indian nationalism. I will come to it later. Then reviving art forms is the third field. Then promoting science. She was quite interested in science promotion. And then civic virtues. And then finally, I should say, not but the least, on humanitarian relief work she undertook. So all these things she did single-handedly. And in those days, in 1800, you may understand, 1895, 1896, when she came to India, India was not as we see today. It was soaked in ancient ideals and conservatism. Terrible conservatism was there. Women were not allowed to go to school. That was the condition. And she came, she just started a school for children. And girls, children she took. And she brought girls from house to house. And already she is a foreigner in India. Very difficult for the Indian women who are steeped in customs to make her accepted her as her own is very difficult. But then she used to go and she learned the language of Bengal. And she started speaking to people in their own language. And that is how she touched the heart of the people and went to house. And she said, begged her, please give me your child. And in those days, early child marriage was prevalent. And unfortunately, many girls were widows at that small age. And she caught hold of them. Come here, study here, learn. Education is important for us. And the society at that time was opposing her. Many women, the elderly women opposed her. No, our girls cannot go outside. Even in 1900, when I was in Ranchi, I have seen villages where people used to say that, no, our girl has studied in the village school up to 8th standard. Enough. She doesn't need not go to Ranchi town to go for a higher education. And they would stop her. So that was the condition of mental condition. So it is, and 150 years back, how it was, you can understand. And Sister Nivedita fought for that. She said, every woman must be educated. How did she get this idea? Because her guru, Swamiji, told her, a society is like a bird. It has two wings, men and women. Only with the two wings, a bird can fly. If a country has to progress, men also must progress, women also must progress. If you keep women in darkness and try to progress the country, that won't happen. So this was understood by Swamiji, and he inculcated this idea into Nivedita. And we find Nivedita wonderful idea. She went to Baroda after the death of Swamiji. She went to Baroda. She met the king. The king said, "I am not interested in the work of Indian independence." He was aghast. She said, "What? You don't want to be independent? Would you like to be the slave of British?" And he said, somehow he's convinced that this is okay. But then she met other leaders of the revolutionary movement, and they one by one they came. That Saint Aravindo, whose ashram is there in Pondicherry. If you go to India, many people visit Pondicherry, and it's a beautiful center he has got. That Aravindo was inspired by Nivedita. She said to Aravindo, "Go." And when Britishers wanted to arrest Aravindo, she only suggested to him, "Go and find out and stay in Pondicherry, where it was a French colony, so Britishers won't arrest you." So she helped him. Likewise, she started giving ideas to various levels of people. Artists used to come. Ananda Kumarasamy, the great artist of Sri Lanka, he was so close to Nivedita. Havel, paintings, so popular, and he was close to Nivedita. And Nivedita brought a regeneration in the Indian art. She used to tell people, "Hey, there's so much of treasure is within you, and you all forgetting, and you are running behind the Western methods of education, Western methods of music, Western methods of art and painting. Why don't you have here?" So she went to Ajanta and Ellora caves, and she studied that. She sent students from Calcutta to go and study, art students. So she encouraged in every field. Such a wonderful lady, but doing everything, she was absolutely egoless. I must tell you one thing. The present professor of mathematics in Trinity College, of course, he was the head of the department. He is now retired. He still stays in Dublin only. His grandfather, who was called Dr. Dhiren Chand, he was a great scholar in Bengali literature. He wrote the history of the Bengali literature in several volumes. So when he wrote it and translated it into English, he went and told Nivedita, because they were good friends. He said, "Nivedita, sister, I have written some books. Would you care to see the proofreading? Because your English is very good. I don't want to make any mistakes when it is printed. So please go through it." And she took that manuscripts and told him, "Dr. Sen, what will you give me for this?" He said, "Whatever you want. You want in pounds or you want in rupees? Whatever money you ask, I will give you." She said, "No. What I want is, in the introduction, you should not mention my name, that I have assisted you."
Wow.
Just imagine.
Thank you so much, Swamiji.
Yes.
And now we will come towards your few final words that you would like to say to our viewers.
Yes. You see, as I said, Ayurvedanta Society stands for universalism. So we love these wonderful efforts that you have put up in bringing India and Ireland closer. Once it was close only, and now also it is closer. The two governments are working very closely, and I am happy the private organizations are also putting their might in bringing Ireland and India closer. So I want that close relationship has culminated, I should say, in our line to bring the Ramakrishna branch in Dublin. So I welcome everyone to visit our center.
Yes, and that is a very important point. Yes, Swamiji, sorry for cutting you across, but I was trying to say that this is very important to emphasize that the teachings of Veda are universal. Yes. They apply to everyone. They do not belong to any particular religion, because religion is still man-made, and it's all humanitarian teachings that are taught by Vedas. So anyone who is interested can visit the center, which is in
Welcome,
Blanchardstown
welcome.
in Dublin, in Ireland. And we really appreciate you coming and talking to us, Swamiji.
Thank you,
Thank you
Aparna,
so much.
and thank you, Prashant, everyone.
Namaste.
Namaste. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sri Ramakrishna Arpanamastu.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the programs are lined up for the whole day. Here we completed just the 2 sessions. First was with Mavis Smith, which was very much appreciated by the audience. And I would like to take the names who have been joining us from different parts of the world. URS Chaudhary ji, Alka Mishra, Sudhir Singh, Senthil Ramasamy from Ireland, Parimal Shukla from India in Lucknow, Uma Singh and Aileen Wynn from Trim, County Meath. And also I had some other names, Monu Singh, Carol Grimes, Coco Roque, and Mary Purcell Flynn. So we have a lot of people joining us for this India Day event. And I would like to just give you a quick glimpse about the whole day's event that is going to happen now. So now we are going to start a medical panel discussion, and you will have chance to ask your questions live from the doctors joining from different parts of the world. So Professor Luke O'Neill, Chair of Biochemistry, TCT, Dr. Balram Omer, Professor, Department of Microbiology at All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Rishikesh, India, Dr. Brijen Shukla, Consultant and Head Neck Surgeon at ENT and Maternity Clinic in Kanpur, India, Professor Jerry Killen, he's a research chair in Applied Pathogen Ecology Sciences, and Mr. Willie Collins, Chair of Southern Drug and Alcohol Task Force. So that's our next session, but there are plenty more to come in the afternoon as well. So do stay tuned and don't go anywhere. And I will hand it over to you, Mr. Prashant Shukla.
Namaskar.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you,
Good
Balram.
afternoon. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Thank you,
Namaskar, and
Dr. Jerry Keelan.
I think we call it in Irish.
Good morning.
Yes,
Gia ditch. Am I right?
Good to everyone. And namaste to my Irish friends. The time is here, and Professor Luke O'Neill, I think he has some difficulty. So can we start with Professor Jerry Keelan and followed by Balramji Omer. Jerry Keelan, the dais is yours. Please go ahead. Professor Keelan, you present yourself first, and after that followed by Balramji Omer. No voice? Balramji, do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Prashant.
And Professor Keelan, can you hear me? I think he's not getting voice. So Balramji, can you start first, followed by Jerry Keelan?
So I
Hello?
will start with short.
Mhm.
Should I start?
Professor Keelan, you hear me? No, he's not hearing. I think Balramji, you go first.
Okay. Can you see my view?
Yes, we get your views.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yes, I will tell you something about the present SARS coronavirus. That is, hello. Are you getting the slides?
No, we are not getting slides, but you can speak.
Okay. So, in the background of this coronavirus, you see, it was started in roundabout in December 2019, and the cases were linked to seafood market, but exact etiology is not yet to be investigated by WHO. The causative agent was identified as novel coronavirus, and evidence of human to human transmission was reported. In Latin, the corona means a crown, and WHO has designated as COVID-19. The COVID-19 means CO stands for corona, VI for virus, D for disease, and 19 is 2019, right? And it was renamed by International Committee on Taxonomy as severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2. That is why it is called as SARS-CoV-2. And in January 30, 2020, it was declared as public health emergency, and it was WHO who declared as pandemic on March 11, 2020. And here in India, the lockdown started in 22nd March 2020. And in fact, I want to say something. A lot of controversies are there ki why there is a lockdown. People have got different opinion, but lockdown was there for preparedness. Not here in India, it is around the globe. We have to prepare for a new disaster, which we are not knowing how to manage it. So, in my view, the lockdown was very effective, and it came as a time slot where we were standing for preparing how to deal with this dreaded virus. In present scenario, as on yesterday figures, worldwide there are 21.2 million cases, and it is about 765,000 deaths. In India, it is 2.53 million cases, and about 1.81 million have recovered, and there are about 50,000 deaths. These are in short. Now, about coronavirus is not a new virus. It has been evolved through ages, and they all belong to the same family of Coronaviridae family, the nidovirales or the order nidovirales, and it is the beta coronavirus, right? So you see, this is it looks very sweet type of picture, a pink picture, but as you know, it is very virulent one. I hope I am audible. Hello.
Yes, you are. You are very well audible, and
Okay.
although your voice and video is coming through.
Okay. So this virion is pleomorphic, rod-shaped. It is an enveloped virus, and the some typicality is there in this coronavirus. It replicates in cytoplasm. Usually the virus replicates in nucleic acid, right? In the nucleus, sorry. Usually these viruses of corona causes cold and severe acute respiratory symptoms, and they are difficult to grow on the cell cultures. Where they have originated, usually they are of the zoonotic or animal origin. The virus were supposed to have come from the bats or the rats, and with the intermediate host being the foxes or the cattle. Now, for all other viruses which were named in the previous slide, were identified where they have come. For the SARS-CoV-2, we don't know where it has emerged as. So now I will going to talk about something about the vaccine. Now, what is important? It is important that developing a vaccine for a virus, it takes time. As per the guidelines, global guidelines, it takes about 2 years to put up a vaccine. But however, the things have been reduced, and trials are going on emergency basis because there is no treatment strategy, and lot of deaths are being reported, right? China has come up with some vaccines, Russia have come up with vaccines, but they are on different phases of trials. In India, even the trials have been started, and about the phase 1 is going to end soon. Russia have claimed that they have developed a vaccine, but as per guidelines, it seems to be some questionable. We won't talk it out here, right? But soon we will have a vaccine, and most of them are in phase 3, maybe in some on the US parts, and some on the China part, and some in Korea. Indian scenario, we are moving towards the phase 2 trial, right? Now, for testing of the COVID test, we have got 3 type of tests. The first is the RT-PCR. That is a nucleic acid amplification test, the RT-PCR real-time polymerase chain reaction, and in which we took a nasopharyngeal swab or oropharyngeal swab, or maybe a bronchoalveolar lavage swab sample, and we diagnose with the different specific and non-specific antigenic character, nucleic acid characters, and we say it is very much informative and has a definitive diagnostic criteria. Second is we are moving also have some kits about the antigen and antibody bodies, but the antibody kit has, as per ICMR guidelines, have a importance in serosurveillance. They are not diagnostic. The rapid antigen kit, which is only 1 or 2 kits have been approved by ICMR, they are helping RT-PCR, right, in the diagnosis. If both the RT-PCR and antigenic test are being done, they will give a positive confirmation about 90%. Itself, RT-PCR has some limitations, right? What is new in therapy? New in therapy is there actually lot of things which corona causes. They are usually causes a interleukin cytokine storm, or inflammatory conditions are more severe in various conditions. So apart from there is actually no antiviral agent which is which can treat the corona, but there are a lot of immunomodulator drugs which can reduce this inflammation or can reduce the severity of infection. And these we have planned in India lot of multi-directive therapeutic interventions. Like we are using the processing for mesenchymal stem cells and natural killer cell-based therapies for the treatment of SARS-CoV-2 virus pathogenesis. And some of the how to reduce the cytokine storm, we are also going for the chemotherapeutic agents which are used in cancer. They may reduce some of these inflammatory markers. So there will be a concomitant therapy for the coronavirus infections, right? One thing is important: the virus. It is the virus. In talking about the epidemiology of virus, it has got an incubation period of 2 to 14 days. Now the antibody is being generated after the 4th or 5th day of the infection. Okay. Then it reduces when the infection is there, it keeps on draining, or recovery phase is there. It comes to be the 14 days to 28 days, where the antigen is reduced by the body immunity, right? That is why there is a isolation of quarantine period of 14 days, 14 to 28 days, and with 2 or 3 tests of RT-PCR. Until that is negative, they are not released from the isolation ward, right? As you know, there are other concomitant investigation which has to be done for the coronavirus. That is C-reactive protein, the liver enzymes, the muscle enzymes, and the D-dimer activity, and about the lymphocyte studies. So we have to develop all the labs with all these tests. Initially in India, we have got very less molecular labs for testing of the these coronavirus. Now with time, with preparedness, now it has grown to about 1400 labs all over India, which are recognized by ICMR also, right? And government is fully supporting this disease and for the detainment of corona. So, as I told you, the testing strategy remains to the nucleic acid amplification test and the antibody detection, right? So there's a solidarity clinical trial is also going for the different drugs internationally, for the remdesivir, lopinavir, hydroxychloroquine, and some interferon therapy. So everywhere, all around the globe, are they trying to find it out how this dreaded disease can be controlled. And but as there is a RO that is called R naught, the epidemiologists use this word RO. It is 2 to 3 for coronavirus. It is very infective and very transmissible. So that may be the factor why it is spreading with such a huge intensity. However, this virus is also very mutating one. So we never know when it will mutate, or it may harm more, or it may reduce itself. So with these words, I think we can carry on with other, and any question is welcome, please.
Thank you, Dr. Balramji. You made a wonderful presentation. And now I want to invite Professor Jerry Killeen to make his presentation, please. Thank you. Professor Killeen, I think you are not getting our voice.
I can hear you.
So now it is your turn to make your presentation.
Hello?
It is your turn to make your presentation.
Sure, sure.
Yeah.
I think there's
Sure,
audio gap.
sure. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
Ireland, good afternoon to everybody in India. I hope everybody's well and safe and comfortable somewhere pleasant.
Jerry Killeen's actually broadband is not responding well. So I think someone need to cover him. Sorry, Balramji, this is some internet issue and other.
No issue. This happens often.
Even Dr. Brajendra Shukla is also logging in, and according to him, he is visible, but he's not here. So I think he's logging in some different link. Maybe he's logging in with the testing link.
Yes, I think I will call him up and tell what to do.
He can click the same link which you clicked.
Yes, I will to him.
But anyway, this is a wonderful discussion, Dr. Balramji, and we are looking forward what cooperation is possible after COVID-19 between India and Ireland. As you are aware, our former Prime Minister spoke to Indian Prime Minister and they were looking forward to very interesting collaboration. So after COVID. So do you think there's any scope for this partnership?
We can collaborate, and as I told you, there's a research for stem cell stem cell therapy.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe as I missed the part of plasma therapy. Plasma therapy also is continued in many centers of India.
Mm-hmm.
But actually, China has made some study about the plasma therapy, which they tell ki it is very effective, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they haven't used a randomized control trial, so it seems to be biased also. And
Okay.
yes, and in India, ICMR is put forward a study for randomization of this convalescent sera. So that is a different aspect. If it is this study is successful, it will give a potential development of the as a plasma therapy will act as a potential therapy for coronavirus.
Okay, that's very good. And how far is Indian vaccine? Is soon it is coming or?
Two vaccines, Zydus Cadila and Bharat. They are developing vaccine, but they are in phase 1 trial. And
Okay.
as per guidelines, actually, it takes a lot of time to get proven for quality and efficacy. And apart from that, is safety issues are also there.
Okay. So because we were hearing news that on 15th of August, Minister of India was going to announce the vaccine, and I think it got some delay. And
WHO scientist,
word is
WHO former ICMR chief, Dr. Swaminathan, she rightly said in some interview that it is we can make it, but we have to go as per guidelines for safety issues.
Okay. Thank you, Balramji. Jerry, you are in position to hear now. Is your voice is coming?
I hope so. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear you clearly now. So yes, please.
Okay, I might switch off my camera just to make sure we get the best sound.
Yes.
So everybody can hear me now clearly?
Yes.
Okay, I'll proceed then. Thank you, Dr. Omar. Thank you, Dr. Shukla.
I'm not doctor. I'm just Mr. Thank you. Oh, definitely he has some problem. Balramji, I think Jerry still has a problem. Brajen Shukla has a problem.
Brajen, I have asked Brajen to click the link. Previous link actually is joining with the testing link.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a problem.
No, he should not join with the testing link. We said this actually.
I have told him. He's searching back. So,
someone is replacing here. Professor Willie Collins, who is here, so he's joining in with you in this conversation. And at the moment, we have 7 minutes to conclude this conversation. Oh, this is Dr. Brajen Shukla also joined. So 5 minutes to Willie Collins and 5 minutes to Dr. Shukla. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I've worked in the area of addiction treatment to alcohol, drugs, and gambling over the last 30 years, and I'm currently chair of the Regional Drug and Alcohol Task Force, which is set up under the auspices of the Irish government, and it covers the most southerly part of Ireland. But I suppose one of the aspects of treatment that I've always supported was the idea of interaction between people. And so group therapy and the group support networks that are so essential for people in recovery. And say over the last 6 months, we've all had to deal with the issue of social distancing and the danger of interaction in group work. So most of our work now is done online or on Zoom, which lacks a certain amount of personal contact, and the interpretation of body language is very significant for in dealing with people. So sometimes the silence is as significant as the interaction. Say group therapy. So I suppose one of our concerns is that we had to cancel all group aspects of treatment, and the structured treatment programs now are dealing with most of their clients online, and they said that it's causing significant difficulties for them and for the families as well. And I suppose the knock on to the families is that you have frustration, and you have relapse issues that cannot be detected easily. And I suppose that the result of that is that there's conflict in the families and conflict between individuals in the families. And it's not always easily identified at an early stage when it can be dealt with in a productive manner. So what we're looking at is various ways of engaging with the clients in a way that would be more meaningful, and that is we've had some discussion around that, and we're thinking of maybe small groups, maybe 3 or 4 people in larger areas that maybe with a facilitator, with a counselor, rather than having 12 or 14 people together in a room. And that's our efforts at the moment. Of course, the issue of gambling has arisen as well, for the last while. So one of the problems is the online gambling, whereas people were going to I'm sure you're familiar with bookies offices or where people go and gamble, but now a lot of gambling is online, with the result that it's more secretive, and people are getting into serious debt, which causes a lot of family conflicts, family issues, and it's very difficult then to address those. As a therapist, I would find it very difficult to address them, because you can't bring a couple together and to actually explore and probe the issues that are arising.
नीचे मना करो, मेरा फोन ना मिलाएं। उनको नीचे मना करो।
I think we've lost somebody on the line there, have we? We lost Dr. Fulka.
Yesterday, when I was seeing the Ireland figures, it was wonderful. In Ireland, they have actually controlled the infection or the transmission very nicely.
Thank you very much, John. Thank you.
Brajendra, you are here, and
Good afternoon, everyone.
So tell me, in terms of your pneumonia and head, neck, and chest, how this virus is impacting and how we deal to it, particularly with your specialty.
Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, the infection of the coronavirus starts with normal, just like a common flu, just like the common cold, cough and cold, upper respiratory tract infections. Initially, the virus gets settled in the nasopharynx as well as the upper respiratory tract, where it replicates and proliferates. After that, it enters into the lung cells, alveoli, and started in form of pneumonia. And after that, the next stage, it affects other organs, resulting in vasculitis as well as multi-organ failures and all that, basically. We have to stop that virus in the initial stage by taking stimulation, by taking the small measures like warm saline goggles we can take to stop the proliferation of the virus, basically, along with anti-allergics. And I had found the combination of Montelukast as well as antihistamines is very good in the initial stage of the coronavirus infections. That it stops the replication as well as the symptoms of the virus infections, basically.
So that's very good. Thank you, Dr. Balramji. Thank you, Brajendra. Thank you, Jerry Keelan. Although we couldn't hear anything from Jerry Keelan, I think he's on holidays or somewhere. There's a very bad internet connection. So Jerry, you keep enjoying your holidays. And what we will do after this, we will have a follow-up session individually with each one of you, and we will follow up what next we can do in particularly in terms of Irish-Indian cooperation after COVID and in health and this sector. Damien, wants to say something?
Thanks.
Okay, so we are concluding this session, and immediately after this, we have another session that is on environment, and we have wonderful, environmentalist from Ireland, Stewart. He's a world-trained environmentalist and ecologist, and he works with RTE. He's a broadcaster and ecologist. So I'm going to start. But Brajendra, you are saying something. Yes.
Yeah, thanks, Prashant. Although unfortunately I joined late, but it's a nice experience, and all thanks and kudos to you for organizing this such a wonderful experience. Thanks
Thank
to
you,
your
Brajendra.
team. Yeah,
Thank you, Brajendra. We
and
will have actually separate sessions on
yeah,
that.
we
Thank
would
you.
like to be this again and again, basically.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you.
Namaste.
In
Namaskar.
virus, it is slango foil.
That's okay. You try it.
Thanks a lot.
And that is a huge congratulations.
Thanks, Prashant. Thanks.
His contact. James. You got yeah. Here. I can actually change your name. Duncan, I can't change actually name until other person joins. So you go and introduce yourself.
Hello, this is Duncan Stewart from Dublin. I'm an environmentalist and I am very interested in being involved in this India Day. It's really important. And greetings to all of you in India, right across India. And I'm looking forward to your views on my aspect of the important kind of interaction between India and Ireland. From my perspective, you know, we look at sustainability with economic and social and environmental issues all being critically important to discuss. And that as we move forward post-COVID, that we enter a new time where we deal with trade and with international movement of people and transport of goods across the world in a more sustainable way, where we are safe from viruses, but at the same time where we minimize the impacts of production and consumption and our use of fossil fuels and all of these other issues that create major pressures on the environment. So I'm very interested in Indians' views on these. I understand the pressures that you've got in India with water quality issues, and you have lots of environmental issues, and climate change is already impacting India quite seriously. Here in Ireland, the impacts are there also, but I think we're probably not experiencing the impacts as much as India is today. So I'm looking at the overall issues of, you know, as we move forward in society, internationally, and how India and Ireland can collaborate with each other on many issues that where we could benefit greatly from, and where there are great opportunities for new livelihoods and for new trading opportunities. But in doing so, we need to make sure that we do it in a safe way and in a way that doesn't further damage the environment. You know, I think we all understand how serious climate change is today. We also know that we're going through an incredibly unprecedented time in the destruction of nature and wildlife. And with all of this destruction, you know, as humans expand further and encroach further into natural habitats, not alone is it doing massive damage to wildlife and to nature, but it's also exposing us humans to greater levels of infections from COVID-19, but also from other diseases that we're out there across the world. And as we know that 75%, you know, science have proven that 75% of all viruses and pathogens and infectious diseases, microbial diseases, are caused by humans interfering with nature. You know, so we are the cause of this. You know, we can't blame an individual tiny little virus called COVID-19. That's not the cause. These viruses are out there in nature, you know, everywhere, and they've coexisted with other species across nature in different habitats in a way that has lasted for millions of years. But it's our kind of extra encroachment and in the way that we are stressing nature, and that the whole zoonotic transfer or spillover into humans can occur. Also with our animals, our farmed animals, you know, in very high concentrations of pigs and poultry and cattle, in these very high concentration numbers in industrial farming, is also putting massive pressure for super spreaders to occur of viruses across the world. So we understand through COVID that this trajectory, that the global trading and movement of people across the world is no longer a way that we can go forward. So we need to reinvent how we deal with these issues. Otherwise, we're going to see more and more problems like what we're seeing today with COVID-19, and as we've heard in the previous session. So there's an awful lot to learn. But I think for me, I would start with climate change, which is the greatest existential threat and challenge that civilization has ever had to face. When we think of our children's future, we need to understand that the trajectory we're on at the moment globally is incredibly unsustainable, and it is going to have major impacts for so many people, billions of people across the planet over the next 20, 30 years and beyond. So all those young people across the world, all those young people in India will be exposed to these issues. And it's so important that when we're trading with each other and when we're coming up with new ways of producing and increasing productivity and all of these and movement of people across the world, that we do it in such a way that it is not going to further damage climate change with greenhouse gases. If we look at today, you know, global concentrations of CO2 in the atmosphere are now at an unprecedented high level of 415 parts per million. Now that, if we think over the last 800,000 years, the science has shown quite clearly that the concentrations of CO2 in the atmosphere varied between 180 and 280 parts per million. Now we're at 415 parts per million. Now this is an incredible change, which over the last 800,000 years, we are now nearly 50% above the figures there were in the atmosphere over that massive length of time. And we're now at the highest in greenhouse gas emissions that have occurred in over 3 million years, possibly 5 million years, and rapidly heading towards what was 15 million years ago in the atmosphere. So we have to understand how serious these greenhouse gas emissions are affecting our climate system in terms of global heating, in terms of sea level rise, in terms of acidification of our oceans. All these massive pressures are building up, and they're going to have huge repercussions for people all across the planet and for all other species. When I look at wildlife and nature, you know, and look at humans, take for example, the fact that over the last 100 years, human population quadrupled in 100 years. During that time, livestock numbers, cattle, sheep, pigs, poultry, all of these animals that we farm we managed to increase their levels 8-fold in that 100 years. So we have a situation where we have, in producing so many cattle and sheep and pigs and poultry, we have encroached more and more into nature for feedstock for these animals. And we've seen the damage of the plundering of our rainforests and of our oceans for fish, how serious they are now today. But also when we think it's not just the damage we're doing, but the populations of wildlife species have now plummeted down to 40% of what they were 50 years ago. So in other words, we've lost 60% of all wildlife species, mammals, birds, reptiles, amphibians, invertebrates. All of these have reduced. And at the same time, insects have plummeted by 80%, down to 20%. Now, this is shocking. And I think we have to understand that we humans live basically in a biosphere on this earth that allows life to exist. And that in doing so, we share this biosphere with all of these other species. And it is the interaction between all of these species and the interdependence of these species that we have with others that we can exist on this planet. When we break those connections with nature and we create kind of massive damage to nature, we will see huge repercussions in terms of how humans can survive, because we depend on the ecosystem services from nature for our very survival, for our breathing of air, quality of air, for quality of our water, for everything basically, for our greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, in controlling that. And it's so important that we don't lose sight of that incredibly important connection. And COVID has been surely a great kind of wake-up call for us to realize that this direction that we're going is unsustainable. So I'm just looking at these two big issues of climate change and biodiversity loss. But also, if we look at plastics and the damage that plastics have done, in the last 50 years, and especially in the last 20 years, the massive damage, especially of microplastic, the way it has now kind of basically got into all of our rivers and waterways and lakes and into all of our oceans across the world. And the damage it's doing to wildlife is massive. So we have to understand that all of this disposable waste that we're producing, we have to stop all of this. We see how India has to cope with these massive amounts of disposable litter that's in India's rivers and lakes and everywhere. And they're here in Ireland the same way. And I just would like to say that we in Ireland, we're not a good example for India. I mean, India has performed extremely well in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. India's greenhouse gas emissions are, 2.5 tons per person on average in India. Our greenhouse gas emissions are 12.5 million tons. But basically, it's so important that we learn from India of how to deal with a lot of these. We have an awful lot to learn. We have an awful lot to share. We can work a lot together. And this day to day is an important opportunity for us to engage with each other, come up with new ideas, see how we can share these ideas and work together. So thank you for listening to me.
Well done. Discussion now. Okay.
Mr. Jain, it was Mr. Duncan Stewart. He's a wonderful speaker and he's doing wonderful work to protect Earth and ecology. And now our very special guest from India, Mr. Pankaj Jain. He served almost 39 years in Indian administrative service. There's no any position which Mr. Jain haven't served and looked after. And he retired from Indian civil services from the highest position, that was the Secretary to the Government of India. He worked in various regions, locations, places, particularly in Jammu and Kashmir. And Mr. Jain visited Ireland 3 times, and he's fond of Ireland. He has some sort of love affair with Ireland, and he considered Ireland as a friend. He met many dignitaries in his last trip when he was additional secretary in the government of India, and currently Mr. Jain is heading to very good organizations, building millions of toilets and doing wonderful work to clean environment and clean water and provide clean water to the people. So Mr. Jain, this is your dais. You put your views across, and if time allows, we will have few minutes discussion.
Thank you, Prashant, for the very nice introduction. I don't know whether I deserve all the things which you have said about me, but thank you very much. Today, good morning from India to viewers in Ireland, and a very good afternoon to viewers in India. I'd like to discuss environmental issues across the world with special reference to India and Ireland, and some of the possible interventions which have been taken and what are possible to be taken. If you look at it with the rising global population and a very increasing economic development in the world, especially using technologies which are also changing day to day and using chemicals, different type of chemicals, it is obvious that natural that environmental challenges will arise, and some kinds of environmental degradation will keep on happening. And we see the increasing degradation in terms of air, water, and soil and noise pollution, depletion of oxygen levels, degradation of land topsoil, degradation of rivers, lakes, and water bodies, and of forests, wildlife, and biodiversity. And it threatens our own living on this earth. So we have to do something about it. And the world, of course, in addition, is seeing a huge climate change, mainly due to the increase in greenhouse gases, and is also seeing an increase in per capita carbon footprint. Duncan has very rightly talked about the emission and contribution by various countries to the carbon dioxide emissions in the world. The average over the world is only 4.8 MT, but countries like USA, for example, contribute 14.95 MT per capita of carbon dioxide emission, contributing to the greenhouse gases. And if you look at that figure and you compare, let's say, India produces between 1.57, and Duncan has quoted rightly, 2.5 MT, much lower than the figure of US. China does somewhere in between 6.57 MT. This implies there is a need for having some kind of equity in the world, with developed nations making every effort to reduce their contribution to greenhouse gases as compared to the developing world, to ensure a sustainable habitat for the future generations. And one option, of course, is to move on to cleaner fuels, so that the production of greenhouse gases to that extent is reduced. Another example, or rather figure I'd like to quote: USA consumes 16 times the per capita oil as compared to India, and 6 times as compared to China. So you see the inequity between nations. So one can't fault one nation or the other. We have to work together on this issue of controlling greenhouse gases. Now, but if you look at another figure, overall China, because of its large population and because of their higher economic or productive activity, contributes much more greenhouse, much more carbon dioxide emission as compared to USA and Europe combined. So this is also a point to be noted. Now, very recently, in the Indian Prime Minister, only yesterday, announced that he would like to see and he would like to work towards Ladakh territory, it's a union territory in India, to be made carbon neutral. That means counter the carbon dioxide emissions. We would like to see that there is a reabsorption back into the earth by way of carbon sinks. And one, of course, option is forestation. If you have large tracts of land available, and if you develop forests over it, and there is a scheme I will talk about a little later, then you can through these carbon sinks, make the carbon carbon neutral the territory. The area of Ladakh, abounds in sunshine also. And this is a huge opportunity to have solar power, which will not be a polluting source of power. And thereby, thereby Ladakh can earn a large number of carbon credits. Another issue which had been earlier causing concern was the depletion of ozone layer by way of, production of chemicals, which are called, ozone depleting chemicals. Now, this was followed by a Montreal Protocol in, I believe, in 1987, which all nations signed, and banning the use of CFCs, halons, and other ozone depleting chemicals. And this is a very good example of international collaboration in stopping further degradation of the environment. And this we would be very happy as part of the nations that this kind of example can be duplicated elsewhere also. Now in India, as you probably aware that the environment is regulated by the Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change, and a number of policies are there to with the ministry, which are meant to mitigate environmental damage and further to prevent further degradation. A notable policy in this is the compensatory afforestation, and there is a fund set up. It's called CAMPA, compensatory afforestation. There's a fund for it. Its name is CAMPA. The idea is that any project, new project, which is going to above a certain level, and which requires the clearance or destruction of any part of a forest, then that requires to go through a forest committee, and there's a committee at the state level, then there's a committee at the central level, and to compensate for the damage to the forest, the project authorities have to pay a sum which goes into the fund called CAMPA. And the idea is that at present India has a forest cover about 25%. Our intention is to increase it to 33%. You'll be happy to know that as per the report of 2019, we have added 5,188 square kilometers of forests in 2 years. This is a good record for country. And this compensatory afforestation is supposed to be done on wetlands. It's wastelands and degraded forests or degraded soil places, degraded lands. So this is continuing, and there is a ministry called Jal Shakti in India. Now this has a directorate called the National River Conservation Directorate. And the idea is to clean out rivers. And what we have started is with the Ganga Action Plan. If you look at it, Ganga, the basin, is the largest basin in the world, river basin in the world. And 400 million people live in this basin, which is 1/3 of India. And this basin is huge. The population which stays in this is 400 million. You look at the large figure. So the government of India has started with the pollution abatement measures in the Ganga River basin. We set up this directorate, and it's responsible for collection, transportation, and treatment of municipal sewage, riverfront development, and construction of low-cost toilets. The people who wish to defecate, nearer the river, that has been banned. Nobody can construct, and I believe 500 or 1 kilometer from the river, and nobody can be found doing any nuisance next to the river. Now, as you know, probably that there used to be dolphins in the Ganga. Now they're not there. Now the Prime Minister has announced yesterday to have a dolphin mission. He wants to reintroduce dolphins in the Ganga. It can be done only when you reduce the BOD and the COD in the Ganges. And that's one of the objectives of the National River Conservation Directorate. And if you look at it, the rivers all over the world are the major sources of drinking water and water for household use. But if you have these so polluted, then, we have to do something about it very quickly. Talking about rivers, the surface water is the desired source for drinking. In India, we also have the underground water. I'm sure Ireland also has that. But the ground water is receding year to year. And, this also is causing a lot of concern. Government has made, 4 states have made rainwater harvesting compulsory. Which means if you want to erect a building in an urban area, you have to have the rainwater harvesting in place so as to regenerate the groundwater. Another thing I wanted to say, in this, the rivers in India, they have to be, they're just running the water into the sea. Now, what are the options? The option is to dredge the middle of the river and contain the floodplain zone and still maintain the E-flow. Then you would have achieved, you can slow the river and use that water. And this should be done in the future. It costs a lot of money. And incidentally, if you do this, you will be able to regenerate the groundwater through lateral seepage. This people are aware of this, but it costs a lot of money. Now we have a National Green Tribunal. Probably you've heard of this. It handles all the court cases which impinge on environmental degradation or environmental pollution concerning, and also conservation of forests. And people can go to this with a PIL, public interest litigation. But, people who are actually affected by that, let's say the tribal populations who had forest rights, they can go to this also. But PILs and suo motu actions by NGT are a little gray area because they have been happening. But there have been a lot of noises that it's not covered under the NGT Act. So this is something which is, of course, being worked on. Now, another pollution in India is the air pollution. If you look at the figures, the safe figure for PM 2.5 is just 60. And most countries in Europe, I know Ireland is very clean. You have hardly any population. You have a population of 5 million people only. I mean, Delhi has a population of 20 million. So, and Delhi is, Ireland is 57 times the land size of Delhi. So look at the thing. You will automatically Delhi will have 200 times population by this ratio. So Delhi, in the summers it has PM 2.5 roughly between 100 to 200, and in the winters it climbs up to 300 to 500, which is huge, and that's what's causing a lot of lung problems in people. Even children have lung problems. We are very careful about it. We have air purifiers in every room, and generally we shut this thing out. You can see the back. It's all shut by glass and air conditioners are on, so we don't see any dust. But we are the higher people, in the country, the higher earning people. What do you think of the common people? They are suffering. When you go out on the road, you breathe in that dirty air and the smog in the winters. It's just horrible. Now, some things have been done in India on this issue. I mean, the causes are so many. It's old vehicles. So India has banned vehicles more than 15 years old petrol, and in case of diesel, more than 10 years old. And construction activity causes a lot of dust, so there are measures which are enforced, but there's a lot of leakage in that enforcement, I would say. And there are industry emissions. Delhi has banned new industry to be set up inside Delhi. But the existing ones, it's very difficult to really push them out. And some are non-polluting, so they are continuing. But basically, there is a ban on fresh industry within the Delhi area. And there is another issue, the agricultural stubble burning. This is a problem which was all over the world. All over the world. I have examples from other countries. People have control in different measures. There are countries which regulate it, give a license for the burning and all that. But in India, the problem is so huge that all these measures won't work. India, the government has come out with a scheme of subsidizing two types of technologies. One is called the Happy Seeder, which you might have heard of it. There is a small gap, only 15 days between the rice harvesting in March, April, and then sowing of the wheat crop. And in that 15 days, it's not possible to take out mechanically all the stubble and then plant the seed of wheat. So this Happy Seeder machine, which costs a lot of money in terms of, Indian, this thing would be 150,000 rupees, which would be how much? 200 euros, I think, maybe. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think so. 2,000 euros, sorry. 2,000 euros. So for the farmers in India, it was a little expensive. They live, many of them, on the borderlines. And therefore, the government of India decided to give a subsidy on it. And similar subsidies also available on another machine, which is called the Super Straw Management System. It's a harvester, so by the time of harvesting the rice, it at the same time cuts the stubble and distributes it all over the field. First cuts it and then distributes it, so that stubble burning is not necessary. Otherwise, if you look at it, you burn the stubble, it contains potassium, nitrogen, phosphorus, which are so valuable to the next crop. And if you save it, you can increase the crop yield by 10 to 15%. This is stubble burning was banned by Supreme Court of India. But the question is, banning is easy, but if you don't have an alternative to this thing, then it was not workable. Another thing I would like to say, to control noise and pollution, as well as to control the PM 2.5 and PM 10, last year, the government of India limited the number of hours in which crackers could be lit during Diwali festival. Now, this is a very kind of religious issue, because as you are aware that Diwali is when Ram, the god which is, all Hindus pray to, when he returned from his forest life after 15 years, then to welcome him, lamps were lit by his brother and by all the residents of his kingdom. And therefore, it was a very touchy matter, but they're limited with limited type of crackers and lighting. It has been allowed, but the ones which cause a lot of pollution have been banned, and the time has been limited, so that the number of crackers become less. Now, coming to Ireland, Ireland is very fortunate, as I was mentioning, that it has a population of only 4.9 million, which is, as I mentioned, only 25% of Delhi's population, and Delhi is only a city. So, if you look at the whole country, it is huge. So, the area of Ireland is 57 times, and this 200 times less population density in Ireland reduces the chance of environmental degradation to a large extent, and therefore you have a good life expectancy in Ireland. Environmental factors are good, but there are issues like 2-3 issues I'll mention. You know it better, just touching them or flagging them. The use of chemicals is all over in the developed world, and of course climate change is universal. You can't stop it. Right from North Pole to South Pole, climate change, every country is responsible for it. As I mentioned, the contribution by USA is the highest per capita, at least. And overall, China is the highest. Now, due to the use of chemicals, there is a chance of, or there are diseases like cancer or stroke or heart diseases in Ireland. And then studies have shown that 13 out of 100 deaths in Ireland are premature because of the effect of chemicals, cancers which they cause. So this is some area which Ireland needs to look into. And people in lower economic strata, as anywhere else, they are most vulnerable. That's true of India also, and anyway, and that's true of Ireland also. Climate change, still remains the biggest challenges for the whole of Europe and the whole of the world. So this touches Ireland also, and there I will touch a little bit. If we move towards like Montreal-like declarations, and if we are able to create a sustainable population and a sustainable habitat, it's very difficult. You have the SDGs, but all of them are not being achieved by everybody. Countries like Africa are behind. Continents are behind. India has made a lot of progress, and we at least have all the issues on mat. We understand them. We are implementing them. Maybe a little slowly at times because of lack of resources or the huge populations. But India is on board, basically. That's what I wanted to say. And actually, if we create a sustainable habitat, then over time, then we will be able to control the problems of all these pollutions which I mentioned, especially the chemical and the climate change, which will keep on happening. We need to have safe disposal for chemicals as well as for medical waste. So this even when you control the other pollutions, the chemical and medical and climate change are still going to remain in Europe and all the developed world. What to say of India? They will remain for a long time unless until we have all sustainable practices in place, which means safe disposals basically, and least use or 3 R's: reduce, recycle. There's a third. 3 R's. Now, coming to some other issues, some key challenges I believe in Ireland are you have population of heifers and cows around 7 million, which is more than the human population, and these are spread over I believe on thousand farms, 1,1,1,000 farms, 0.1 million farms, a huge number of farms. And every farm on average has 62 heifers and cows. So there is a need to, what I was told, that, and humans of course live in those farms, there is a need for us to have on-site waste water disposal, which we already are using all over the world, and wherever you have isolated pockets, we are using septic tanks all over the world. So the technology. But I would like to touch on this as part of Sulabh. I am chairman of CSR and projects in Sulabh. Sulabh International Social Service Organization is a 50-year-old social NGO in India. And it has done a yeoman's job. It's a huge job they've done. We built 1.5 million toilets and some 9,000 community toilets, pay and use basis in the towns. And we have invented the twin pit. Sulabh International has invented, Dr. Patrick is the founder. He invented the twin pit on-site waste water disposal system of toilets. Now the plus point are 2-3 in this. One is it uses very little water. Second is very cheap. And third is that you don't need a septic tank, because we combine in septic tank you have anaerobic conversion. Now here we have and then you have a soak pit after that. In this twin pit system, there are 2 pits, left and right, and we use only one at one time. So when that fills up, we block that and start filling the other one. And in 1 month or so, or 2 months, we find that the pit we had used earlier totally dries and converts to manure. Now that is usable as manure in the farms. and it doesn't pollute the groundwater. That is also being tested. Using this technology, Government of India has built 110 million toilets in 5 years. 110 million, which is 50 times of the toilets which Ireland has in the houses. 50 times. So every year India has built 10 times the toilets, individual home toilets, as Ireland has in all the houses combined. It's a huge figure. I mean, it's one of the biggest missions which the Prime Minister implemented. And I'm glad to say that when I was secretary, I had initiated this mission, Swachh Bharat. I had given the idea to the Honorable Prime Minister that let us have a clean India. And one of the points is starting with the toilet, because there's so many other issues of solid waste disposal, and but if you start with one issue, you can always tackle the next one, and next, and then next, and our country is going to the next. I mean, now water into every house, and electricity, of course, every house, including every village house has been connected by electricity. And water, every village is going to be connected very shortly. And for floating populations in village or landless laborers, they're going to build more community toilets. Government of India has mentioned that. So why I mentioned all this is, where you have large number of cows and heifers, you have a lot of dung, output. So this waste can be converted through biogas plants into biogas. And India, of course, Sulabh has a lot of experience in this. We have constructed 5 or 6 in Afghanistan and a number of biogas toilets in India itself. And we are willing to share our expertise, and if you want, you can build it in Ireland on a turnkey basis. So Prashant will be in touch with me in case any requirement is there. So at the end, I feel personally that the whole world is on the right track of controlling environmental degradation, because the measures which I mentioned are all known, understood, and being tackled by protocols. The only thing I wanted to say that resources permitting, all of us should be able to move to a more sustainable habitat and a more sustainable populations. And this, of course, may require, controlling populations, but that has to be seen by each and every individual government. India has done, yesterday Prime Minister announced another issue, said in abatement of pollution and stopping environmental degradation will be his high priority, and he will do it with the help of citizens. So in other words, it will be done on mission mode. That's a very welcome statement. Already in India, which I mentioned, there are, in addition to banning old vehicles, India has implemented CNG, electric vehicles, and introduction of ethanol, which is less polluting than petrol. So thank you very much. I think I've spoken a lot, and a lot of issues were rather technical. I don't know whether people enjoyed them, full of figures also. And I'll be welcome to answer any questions if there are any from any person in the audience. Thank you very much. Any questions? Prashant, any questions?
Well, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You can hear me? Oh, sorry, I didn't know you could hear me. That's great, because I hear you, and thank you for your very, very good talk, Panjak, and especially what you've achieved with 110 million toilets. That is an incredible achievement.
Government of India has done that, yeah.
That's an incredible achievement. So I think congratulations to you for initiating that. But also, I think, you mentioned there all of what you're doing with forestry and the importance of planting trees, how critical this is for so many issues in terms of sequestering carbon emissions, but also in helping to attenuate flooding, etc. And I know there's an awful lot of really good things happening in India. And I'm also very grateful to the fact that you have alerted us to a lot of the problems we have here in Ireland. I'm very conscious of the fact that, we have so many cattle in Ireland that our greenhouse gas emissions from cattle is incredibly high, And, in terms of the future, when we look at population increasing, and by 2050, probably another 2 billion people on the planet, when climate change issues and biodiversity loss are increasing, how do you feel in terms of this larger population, or how we're going to be able to feed people when there's so many pressures on resources, and where so many people now are eating meat that never ate meat before on the planet? And meat is a very carbon intensive diet, So where do we go with food production? Do we have to move towards a plant-based food production globally because it's a much more efficient way of using land? What are your views on that whole issue of food, especially with the global heating occurring and all of these other impacts?
Of course, food is a personal choice, but you've seen the recent trend. Increasingly the world is moving towards vegetarianism. So you find people in US, for example, and even in Europe, large number of people are adopting what India has always been advocating, that vegetarianism. On the contrary, you find in India, people are becoming non-vegetarian. It's the opposite which is happening. So, but these are cycles, which will come and go. And personally, we belong to a family which is vegetarian. I mean, Jains, Jain is a religion, and you might have heard, and we are supposed to be traditionally vegetarian. But many Jains have become non-vegetarian over time. Now, the other issue about increasing population, that is what I mentioned in my last para when I was speaking, that we have to move towards a sustainable population. If the world has to survive, then the planet can, hold only so much population and not more, because it has to be integrated with the, the resources which are available. If you increase the population, then you will outstrip the, you will exploit the resources more and more, and you will start degrading it more and more. It will not be sustainable. You have to bring back the same amount as you are consuming in order to be sustainable. Now, what I look at it is that with increasing new technologies, that is a possibility that you may be able to reduce the carbon footprint, and also by having areas which are carbon neutral. For example, if you have nuclear power, in India is going on that, you're aware of the International Solar Alliance. India has started that, initiated that, and India was the first chairperson of that in International Solar Alliance. The countries, I won't say Ireland, but many countries have huge amount of sunshine. And one, of course, is India. So cleaner technology, move towards cleaner technology like wind energy or sun or nuclear. That is something which can reduce the pollutions. But still, you will have problems on the water availability front. I mean, if you have 2 billion people more being added, I hope not. By 2050, it looks a little scary because India is trying to control population, and both China and India are expanding their populations. But if that happens, then certainly water is going to be a huge problem. It's already a problem in India. We don't have enough water to drink. Many people, per capita is very low. So move towards sustainable. That's my issue.
I'm back in a second.
Yeah, it'll be seamless. Yeah.
So where do I go?
Oh, and we'll sit with Noah Gallagher.
Okay.
Mr. Jan, little technology difficulties. So Duncan is moving in other location here, and
No
I'm
problem.
with one more expert. So the other expert will speak a few minutes, and then we conclude and continue with this session. So
Thank you.
I'm just sending him invitation. Mr. Jain, I think this is a wonderful discussion and you both are enjoying, and I'm interrupting in between your conversation.
Not at all.
So I sent this invitation to Amanda, and Amanda, can you please facilitate Noel Gavigan to join in? Invitation is on your email. And Mr. Jain, after that, we have a very wonderful person here, Mick from Office of Public Works, and he is going to address. So I request you please stay for this invitation.
Yeah.
No, the invitation I sent you, I can't see him here. No, he's, I think, clicking some wrong link. I did. It is to Amanda.
It says you can see.
I can't see him. See. Mr. Kaplan, you are very welcome. There is some confusion about how you are joining and difficulties in getting links. So my apologies for this. And please go ahead and make your presentation for 5 minutes. And after that, we have a question and answer, and then we will conclude the session.
Okay. So where we're looking here is we spent the last number of years trying to determine many various factors in terms of international collaboration for meeting the challenge, the climate challenge that we're working on. And like every country has its own strengths and weaknesses in how it's tackled. Every country has its own emissions that it needs to tackle itself. But there are many areas where we can have a lot of collaboration. And one of those areas is both in sharing knowledge, technology, and also in utilizing the skills of the different countries and different regions of the world to be able to assist each other. So I suppose in Ireland, one of the issues we have a certain manufacturing base, but it's obviously we have a limited population and a limited areas of expertise in that. So having having access to regions of the world with much larger manufacturing bases is a huge advantage to us. So we would see particular areas in Ireland where we would be looking to the rest of the world, to the rest of Europe and to the rest of the world, and India in particular, in terms of what can be provided or what we may be able to trade in. And it's interesting, the collaborations that can be there. Listening to the last speaker, where there was a lot of discussion in terms of wastewater treatment, in terms of it's an area very prevalent for ourselves. We have, as was stated, about approximately 7 million cattle in this country. Our water quality is relatively good, but it is slowly disimproving. So we do need to really look at what is happening in the agricultural sector to ensure that we don't have a further deterioration. In fact, we should be improving the water quality. And water quality is only indicative of the impact human activities are having. Mr. Duncan is joining me here beside me. So essentially, one of the areas we're strongly looking at is how we incorporate technologies like anaerobic digestion onto farms, and how that can be utilized to ensure that the resulting wastes from those farms are properly recycled, the nutrients are properly recycled, we can recover the energy, and the nature of the nutrients that come out of a digester are much better than what comes out of an animal, in the fact that it's much more available to the plant, so it's a much better fertilizer. But as well as that, recent evidence, and this is government research evidence, which has shown that it's far less likely to leach into groundwater. It's far less likely to be lost to the environment. So therefore, the pollution potential is dramatically reduced. And it's very encouraging to see those figures and see the results of that research. So one area we are looking at is we don't have a strong manufacturing base for biogas plants in Ireland. However, we do see in India, there are literally numbered in the millions in terms of small scale plants, and also going into the medium scale and the large scale. So within the medium scale plant, which would cater for a herd size of 100 to maybe 500 cows, where we're seeing a lot of the development here in Ireland, having access to technology that can solve that issue and can be adopted into those farms would be a great advantage. So we would see that as one area where collaboration would be of great benefit. So we'd be looking for technology there, such as combined heat and power plants. We'd be looking for small CHP units to take biogas, convert it into electricity and heat. Potentially small upgrading units, because as we see over the next couple of years, and as has already been mentioned, how we decarbonize our transport system is a big factor now. So for technologies such as, we see diesel and petrol being phased out. So electric is one good technology, but it's limited for heavy goods vehicles. It's very good for personal transport, but when we look at how we transport our goods, it doesn't have first of all, we don't have the resources to produce all the batteries that would be required. We don't have the natural resources, in particular elements like cobalt and lithium are in very short supply. So those areas, so we cannot produce enough batteries for all of that. We do know that biogas and biomethane is an excellent transport fuel. It readily fits into existing trucks with small conversions. You can buy off-the-shelf vehicles that will run on both biogas and on diesel and petrol. So you've got some resilience there and an easier crossover for the entire transport fleet. And it's an area where we are really looking at in terms of how we get the best value from that gas, how we utilize, like every resource that we have has to be utilized to its maximum potential. And transport has always proved a difficult one, because the technologies that are available to decarbonize our transport infrastructure are limited. So we do have ethanol. Biodiesel is possibly at worldwide limits at this point in what we can produce sustainably. Possibly could go higher, but again, the sustainability factor really comes into play here. And the biomethane is an area where we see huge potential for growth in the next couple of years. After that, there are other areas such as in Ireland, but also reflective across the world. We have traditionally, in the last number of decades, gotten used to heating our homes with large amounts of fossil fuels. Kerosene will be a very popular fuel in Ireland. And how we convert that housing stock into technologies that are low carbon. So one technology is obviously heat pumps. That requires a certain design of house, and we've already have figures to look at Ireland in terms of what houses are suitable. You need to have relatively high levels of insulation for a heat pump to work. You need to have circulation temperatures under 60 degrees for heat pumps to be at their most efficient. And so they will cater for that market, but we've a huge stock of houses in this country that can't be catered for by a heat pump without major retrofit. And not to get into too much detail on that, but the major retrofits that we're looking for, we don't have the workforce to achieve that in the next 10 to 15 years. Indeed, 20 years would be very ambitious to achieve the level of retrofit on houses that we need. So in the interim, we are looking at the other technologies such as wood pellets, wood pellet boilers, replacing kerosene directly in particular in rural houses where you would have the space, you would have the ability to make such a conversion. So one of the things we are looking at here is what sort of a modular unit could be produced. And this is, you know, whether it could be in Ireland or in another country that can take wood pellets, take out your oil boiler and readily convert it into a pellet system or small wood chip system that doesn't require massive investment by the homeowner. And we do believe there are solutions there that would decarbonize very quickly our current stock. The other technologies that come into play would be when we are retrofitting, we're looking at heat pumps. We also have to look at, and very importantly, our air heat exchangers. Rather than putting vents into our rooms for fresh air, by putting in ventilation systems with heat recovery, there is huge potential to save losses through space heating. So that's another factor that comes into play. And the technology for that, we don't have manufacturers in Ireland. We are seeking manufacturers. There's plenty of technology in. I'm sharing screen here with Duncan, so as we're looking, we're limited to 1/3. But as we look forward into what technology or where that equipment will come from, there are a number of European manufacturers. There are Chinese, but predominantly a lot of the manufacturers coming from Asia. And we are always looking for manufacturers of those technologies that we can adopt into our building stock. So there's quite a lot of work to be looked at there in what we can and what collaboration can happen, that we could trade and that we could potentially be a market for that sort of equipment. And we would hope that we could build links between Ireland and India where such technologies could be provided. And that's probably the predominant thing we're looking at the moment in terms of how we would look at collaboration. That is manufacturing, the ability to access manufacturing in India would be of great benefit. Now, there's a lot of technology and a lot of know-how that we should share as well. And I think the opening the door and having the conversations and really opens up the possibilities. I've only been involved in this process for the last couple of weeks, and I've already found it very beneficial to see what is available, and there's a lot of ideas starting to come about. So I think it's something that we should grow and get more and more people involved to expand it to its best potential. So there's one other sector I was going to discuss as well in terms of, we looked at the biogas, the building retrofit, and the biomass was buildings. The biomass is two separate things, but there's also a lot of materials and laboratory equipment required for developing our fuels here, developing biomass fuels, wood chip. So we're looking at things like drying ovens, balances, profiles, size testers, that sort of thing. That we need that equipment. We don't have manufacturers of that here in Ireland, and then requirement for that sort of equipment for laboratory, basic laboratory equipment in Ireland. There is a need for that here at the moment. So they're the sort of areas we are opening up and trying to find suppliers at this point in time.
Thank you, Noel. Any questions? There's one question this time showing up here. It is from India. Vertical farming uses much less soil, water, and space. Can be used to produce organic farming and is sustainable. Are India or Ireland doing anything in this field? Then we have another question. Gillian Toole, excellent environmental presentation. We can learn a lot from your experiences. Thank you very much. Gillian Toole is public representative of County Meath. Thank you, Gillian, for your comment. So, yes.
Now, on the vertical farming, sorry.
There's another question. I'm just reading out all these questions first, and then you please respond, all of our panelists. Is there a program for compensation of damage caused by new project to build 12-meter wide roads in Himalayas of Uttarakhand to connect all 4 Hindu pilgrimages? I think this is a question for Mr. because he has all the experience in this sector.
Yeah, I can answer that. You want me to answer it right now?
Yes, please. And
Okay. Now, this very nice question has been put. You know, you can take the matter, the people who are actually affected by it, to the NGT and ask them to force the Uttarakhand government to make a redevelopment plan of the area. In other words, to mitigate each and every damage which you feel has been done can be ordered by the NGT. That is one thing. Second, you know, while when the project clearance is done, they would have taken money for the reforestation. So you can pose a question to the Ministry of Environment that please tell us that what you have done when the trees were cut, the project must have given funds for compensatory afforestation. So have you done anything about it? What are the plans to create the forest? These two, but they are bound to put in place mitigation measures for any damage which you feel has been done and which has not been compensated properly, not in terms of cash, but in terms of the kind, you know, repair and things like that. It's not just peripheral repair. The environment should be put back in the same condition. That is the idea.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Jain. And any comments or observation from Duncan Stewart or Noel?
Yeah, can I come in there on the question about vertical farming and on, you know, organic growing? Now, maybe if I just take the issue, I think, yes, I think there's huge opportunities, especially in urban areas or close to urban areas of vertical farming, because you can achieve much higher levels of production in these conditions. And, you know, it would be good if a lot of that energy that's required was solar rather than, say, LED, you know, and a lot can come, say, in India from direct solar energy to feed into this vertical farming. But if we take organic farming, I mean, obviously there's a lot of benefits of organic farming in terms of health benefits, in terms of, you know, obviously no pesticides being, you know, wildlife benefits from it. You know, there are huge benefits of it, less damage to rivers, etc. But the unfortunate problem with organic farming is that it takes up more areas of land. But to overcome that problem, I think globally we need to shift away from cattle production, which uses up huge amounts of land in a very inefficient way to produce nutrients for people. Whereas if we grow plant-based food products, as Panjak was talking about earlier, we can use the land much more effectively and efficiently, and that allows us to grow organically in that situation. So I think the shift away from meat diets globally and the production of meat on farms, especially where they're so high in Ireland in the numbers of cattle, etc., we can solve a lot of our problem by reducing meat consumption down to probably a quarter of what it is now. In other words, not banning meat, but just reducing the amount of meat we consume and shifting that land over to organic growing and to more biodiverse areas. In other words, for biodiversity to enhancement, etc. And obviously for river quality enhancement. Because the problem is that over the last century, in my talk, I meant to talk about the fact that we quadrupled as a population in 100 years globally. You know, now it's 7.8 billion people. But in that 100 years, our farm animals, we basically multiplied our farm animals eightfold in that time, which meant massive encroachment into wildlife areas and into nature. And this is a fundamental problem with population. We were talking about population earlier on and population increase. If we were to shift away from meat production using cattle and ranches, etc.,
Duncan, we got your point, and today we are limited in our time because other sessions are just lined up. But thank you so much, Mr. Jain, Duncan, and Noel. You contributed hugely, and I believe this is not the session that we could conclude here. The further discussions and deliberations required on environment, And we are happy to facilitate further communication between all of you experts. Thank you, our viewers. And now we have wonderful guest here, Mick Long. I will request Mr. Jain, you please stay on. He's a principal officer of Office of Public Works, and India Day in 5 years only possible with the help and support of Public Works in Ireland. It is a magnificent venue here in Ireland, which OPW very generously provide us every year, that India needs to recognize this, because Ireland is moving towards a friendship to India. Ireland is moving towards the collaborations. So this is Mick Long is going to address now. Thank you.
Yes, the person I said, I'm the Director of Corporate Services in the Office of Works, and delighted to be able to welcome to Farmley House on behalf of the Minister of State for the Office of Public Works to celebrate India Day. So whether you're here in person or logging in online, you're extremely welcome. The Minister O'Donovan was on earlier to me today. Unfortunately, he can't attend the event, but he sent his apologies and has wished participants every success on the day and in their ongoing work, which is of tremendous value both to Ireland and, of course, to India itself. So I understand this is the 6th time India Day has been hosted in Farmley, with over 40,000 people attending in the first 5 years of it. So I do hope that this time next year we can look forward to growing that number again when it comes to hosting India Day, hopefully again in Farmley, but in person and in a more physical manner. So I think the physical location of these events has become less important in recent months with the greater use of video conferencing, and there's tremendous work happening today in terms of, seems to be a full family attached to Prashant, making all the arrangements here today in the background. So compliments to both his family and all the helpers that are here today. The facilities made available by the staff here is just making a tiny contribution towards the success of the event. We are privileged within the Office of Public Works to have many wonderful properties at our disposal right across the country, many of which will be on display in the upcoming week. This is the start of Heritage Week in Ireland, where all facilities of a heritage nature are made available and many events are organised, different to other years, but I would encourage all to try and attend where they're taking a staycation in Ireland and make an effort to go and see some of the wonderful OPW properties that are made available to them. In addition, we are also more privileged than anyone in terms of the wonderful staff who present the properties, both here in Farmley and across the entire state portfolio. So I'd particularly like to thank Georgina and her staff here today for making the necessary arrangement behind the scenes for today's events, which seem to be going quite swimmingly. Okay, it is clear that in these times it is even more important than ever that cross-border relationships are nurtured and developed. I understand there's been regular communication between India and Ireland, and I saw some quoted in today's brochure, at many levels and through many different channels. And I think the collaboration will continue to play an important role in how we deal with and overcome this pandemic, not just with India, but with many different cross-border relationships that have been developed in recent weeks. So I know Prashant has had to reduce or cut people short there in the last couple of minutes, so I see there's a very busy, wide-ranging and interesting agenda. I know Duncan was speaking before. A lot of people from the Irish side would be familiar with Duncan's contribution in recent years. So for that agenda, I congratulate the organisers, and rather than using up any more of that valuable time, I just reiterate the Céad Míle Fáilte to OPW Farmley and wish the very best to presenters and participants today. So gur míle mágibh agus bígí sa bháilte. Gur mágad.
Thank you, Mr. Long. Thank you. Really very valuable support to Ireland India Council and to Indian community, and the work what we are doing and we want to achieve.
because India Day never been possible without the help and support of OPW.
Okay.
So thank you so much.
Thank you, President. Cheers.
Mr. Chair, you want to say something? Then just in 30 seconds, and we can conclude this session.
No, I think that's over. But only one more suggestion. If you want to move towards vegetarianism, India has a large number of societies which promote vegetarianism, and those could connect with Ireland. That's you can do it at your level. That's one. And second, I observed in if you have limited space, as mentioned that you want to produce more and more in limited space, and in lieu of beef, for example. It may not be true of Ireland. In Ireland, a lot of area.
Yeah.
But in Jordan, I saw this greenhouse, small greenhouse they have, very small.
Mr. Chair, can we discuss these actually on some other
One-to-one. Yeah, that will be nice. Yeah.
And
Thank you very much. Then I'll
participation, and thanks for your patience.
And we will continue our discussion further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prashant, for having me inside. Thank you.
Yes, you can go now.
A very warm welcome to all the viewers again from India Day Committee. And we really appreciate your presence here. We are live from Farmley Estate in Dublin, in Ireland. And now we are going to present to you beautiful performance, and I'm just waiting for our performers to come at the backstage. Just bear with me. Just have some patience, and we will bring them live to you, and you will be really delighted with the music that they're going to present. So while we are waiting for our performers who are actually ready, but sometime with the technology, there can be a slight delay. But in the meantime, those who are watching, I would like to ask them, what is it about Rajasthan that excites you when you hear the state name Rajasthan? So you can put your live comment here and I will be able to see them. So we have a message from Pallavi Phoenix. Thank you, Prashant and Aparna, for the presentation. Thank you, Pallavi, for being with us. We really appreciate your presence. Yes, our group is now getting ready and they are here, and I just can't tell you how much fun you are going to have now with these musicians coming live direct from Rajasthan in India, and they had to make a lot of efforts to present this, and we will tell you about all that. But just let me bring them on the stream. And we can actually getting ready. Ghani Khamma. We are so delighted to have you here. And I'm going to just tell our audience a little bit about where you are from. So India is a republic consisting of 28 states and 8 union territories. Rajasthan is a state in northern India, and 10% of total geographical area is covered by Rajasthan. And it's the largest Indian state by area, and there is diverse collection. And whenever we talk about Rajasthan, their pagdis that men wear, and the ghagra choli that women wear, and the type of dance, the music, the food, and even the way that state is with dessert, and the whole thing about Rajasthan is so fascinating that it is one of the most popular tourist destination for travelers going from abroad. So we are extremely privileged to have the live group performance here. So without any further delay, I would like to just introduce them by their name, and then I will hand over the stage to them, and they will do the performance. So in this team, this is Salim Khan and his group from Rajasthan, Jaisalmer. They are coming live. So the group has men whose names are Thanu Khan, Ahmed Khan, Tarif Khan, Sabai Khan, Swaroop Khan, and I think there were double Thanu Khan. So I'm not sure if there are 2 Thanu Khans or if there is one. Well, anyway, they can talk about it. So over to you, Salim.
नमस्कार जी।
नमस्कार।
खमागणी मेरी पूरी टीम की तरफ से अभी आपके सामने हम लेके आए हैं एक स्वागत गीत। उस गाने का बोल है केसरिया बालम आउजी पधारो हमारे देश।
And it's a welcome song, isn't it?
Yeah, this is welcome song. जो भी हमारे बाहर से क्लाइंट लोग या गेस्ट लोग पधारते हैं तो उन्हीं के वेलकम के लिए हम यही सॉन्ग पेश करते हैं, और आप सब ऑडियंस के लिए हम ये सॉन्ग पेश कर रहे हैं। तो पेश करने जा रही है वेलकम सॉन्ग केसरिया वाला। Thank you, Ji. So the welcome song Kesriya Balam Ajuba Dalam Desh.
बहुत ही अच्छा था, बहुत ही सुंदर। और अब आप दूसरा क्या करने जा रहे हैं?
अभी आपके सामने पेश कर रहे हैं एक सूफी सॉन्ग दमाद मस्त कलंदर।
Sufi song Damada Mast Kalandar is one of the very popular song, and if it goes in a speed, it really kind of compels you to dance and get lost in the music. So enjoy this Sufi song Damada Mast Kalandar.
अगर मर जाऊं तो लिख देना अपन
Fantastic. That was so beautiful. अब अगर आपके लिए पॉसिबल हो तो आप अपना कैमरा से अपने जो म्यूजिकल इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स हैं वो अगर दिखाएं तो हमारे ऑडियंस को अच्छा लगेगा कि आप कौन से इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स यूज कर रहे हैं. I'm asking them to show us their musical instruments so that we get to know what they are playing. क्या कहते हैं?
इसे करताल कहते हैं. ये लकड़ी के 4 टुकड़े हैं.
अच्छा.
ये बिल्कुल अलग अलग 4 टुकड़े हैं लकड़ी के. इसका नाम है करताल.
करताल.
ओरिजिनल ये हमारे मांगनियार कम्युनिटी ने बनाया है. उसका नाम करताल. कर नाम हाथ का और ताल रिदम.
So kar means hand and tal means rhythm. So that's how it is called kartal, and there are only 4 wooden pieces. You play them, how you make the music. 4 wooden pieces. Wow, that's amazing. That is wonderful. Like I just can't even imagine that how you hold.
ये इंस्ट्रूमेंट है. इसका नाम मोरचंग है.
मोरचंग.
हाँ, ये चुनमा आकृति लोहे का तार है और ये लोहे से बना हुआ है. इस तार को मुंह से हवा को लेते भी और देते भी है, तभी इसमें आवाज निकलती है. नाम इसका ओरिजिनल चंग है और बदल के इसका नाम मोरचंग हम लोगों ने रिदम में कोशिश किया है.
Wow. Wow, that's beautiful. Yeah, keep playing. वाओ, मतलब फिर से एक बार उसको दिखाइए जरा. मतलब देख के लगता ही नहीं कि हाउ यू कैन प्ले सच अ म्यूजिक विद जस्ट आयरन. यस.
कताल क्या बताओ.
नहीं देखो.
Amazing. Wow. Love it. What a great day. Hopefully, we will all be back at family for next year's event. Fingers crossed, Lorraine, we are hoping that as well, because just now we were having a conversation that it would be lovely to have a live event, but this is second best. So बहुत अच्छा लगा आपका वो मुझे देख के. अब मैं ढोलक वाले भाई साहब से मिलना चाहती हूँ. ढोलक, play ढोलक.
अभी जो ये बजा रहे
मुस्कान, वो जिन्होंने अभी ये बजाया था, उनका क्या नाम है?
थानू खान.
थानू खान. उनकी मूंछ बहुत अच्छी थी.
हाँ, बहुत अच्छी.
कॉम्बिनेशन.
जी हाँ. एक्चुअली में अभी आपके सामने ढोलक और खरताल का कंपटीशन पेश कर रहे हैं. जुगलबंदी.
हाँ, बिल्कुल. फैंटास्टिक. एंड अब हमारे पास केवल 10-12 मिनट और हैं, तो अगर आपने कुछ और बहुत अच्छा प्लान किया हो तो आप वो दिखा सकते हैं, या अगर कोई म्यूजिकल इंस्ट्रूमेंट इम्पोर्टेंट है और रह गया है तो दिखा सकते हैं.
एक्चुअली में
यस,
अभी जो आपके सामने पेश कर रहे हैं उस गाने को है सात तिलक सब सीन मोरी नैना मिला के एक सूफी सॉन्ग और भी है.
और आप थोड़ा पास चले जाएं, क्योंकि सिंगर्स की आवाज थोड़ा दूर से जैसे लगता है आ रही है, तो थोड़ा और पास. हाँ, ठीक है, ठीक है, शुरू कर दीजिए.
Actually, this now play song The song name is Sapilek Sabsin Mohin and Anglaki. This is Sukyana song. लाख बनते हैं और बनकर तुम भी जाते हैं अजमेर वो ही जाते हैं भी ख्वाजा भी बुलाते हैं
थैंक यू दैट वाज फैंटास्टिक। अब आप अगर अपना बस हम लोग खत्म करने वाले हैं बहुत जल्दी, तो अगर आप अपना कोई और म्यूजिकल इंस्ट्रूमेंट थोड़ा दिखाना चाहें पास से, जैसे हारमोनियम, बिकॉज हारमोनियम इज वेरी सिमिलर टू सम ऑफ द आयरिश ट्रेडिशनल म्यूजिकल इंस्ट्रूमेंट।
हाँ जी, अभी जो मैं प्ले कर रहा हूँ इसका नाम है हारमोनियम।
It's a bit like keyboard, but there is this fan जो पीछे पंखा लगा है, उस पे फोकस करें
जी।
जो हारमोनियम में आप जो हाथ से हिलाते हैं पार्ट, हाँ ये वाला पार्ट, yes. So this is how you generate the music.
थैंक यू जी।
Thank you, and now we will end our session. Thank you so much. अब आप सब अपने अपने चेहरे दिखा के घड़ी खम्मा कर लीजिए।
नमस्कार जी।
नमस्कार। Caroline is saying that it's like accordion. जो हारमोनियम आप प्ले कर रहे थे, वो ये कह रही हैं कि accordion जैसा है, जो आयरलैंड में एक म्यूजिकल इंस्ट्रूमेंट है, आपका हारमोनियम उनके जैसा है।
जी।
आप हैं सलीम खान।
जी हाँ, मेरा नाम सलीम खान है, सब मेरे ग्रुप मेंबर से है।
जी, तो अब हम हमारे डॉक्टर करण सिंह इंडिया से वेट कर रहे हैं एड्रेस करने के लिए, और हमारा इनॉग्रल सेशन शुरू होने जा रहा है। तो अब आपका परफॉर्मेंस हो चुका है, लेकिन आप लोग ट्यून इन करके लाइव वॉच करें और एंजॉय करें हमारा बाकी का सेशन। थैंक यू सो मच।
अर्पणा जी, अभी मैं सब कलाकारों को आपको चेहरे थोड़े बता देता हूँ।
हाँ, जल्दी से 1 मिनट में।
थानू खान
जी,
और इनका नाम है भट्टे खान, इनका नाम है शाहरुख खान और अहमद खान, और मेरे खुद का नाम है सलीम खान, और साथ में जो ढोलक प्ले करते हैं उनका नाम था सवाई खान। तो सब ऑडियंस को हम शुक्रगुजार है कि आप सबने हमारा लाइव देखा, इसलिए आपको थैंक यू। खमागणी, लव यू सो मच ऑल गाइस।
खम्मा खणी, नमस्ते। Thank you so much everyone for watching, but you have no idea what else waits for you next, because we are going to have our inaugural session and Dr. Karan Singh is going to address, and there are many other dignitaries who are going to speak from India and Ireland. And also don't forget that now we are going to also enjoy the dance performance by Shruti Desai. So please stay tuned and don't go anywhere. And I will hand it over to Prashant now.
हाँ, शुक्ला जी नमस्कार।
नमस्कार, कैसे हैं आप?
मैं बिल्कुल ठीक हूँ। देखिए पहुंच गया, आपने याद किया।
आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
एक दो बातें पूछनी थी आपसे। ये प्राइम इंस्टीट्यूट क्या तौसीज कहते हैं? प्राइम इंस्टीट्यूट को क्या कहते हैं?
टी-शॉक कहते हैं।
Taoiseach.
Taoiseach.
How is it pronounced?
Taoiseach.
Taoiseach.
Yes, exactly.
And I wanted to ask you something as also. There's Sri Aurobindo has written a poem on Ireland.
Minister Feehan, you are very welcome.
Thank you. Will I put on my camera?
Please.
Okay.
Prashant, I wanted to ask you something.
Yes, Dr. Singh.
Sri Aurobindo, great philosopher, and poet. He wrote an article. He wrote a poem on Parnell's dying.
Yes.
Parnell died in 1891.
Yes.
And he wrote a poem called Hic Jacet Glasnevit. What does that mean? Is that correct?
Glasnevit is a cemetery here, and Minister Feehan may explain it much better.
Hic Jacet Glasnevit, is that where Parnell is buried? Hello, Minister. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Good evening. We're at the other ends of the world.
Other in the world, Glasnevin. I'm not sure. Is Parnell buried in Glasnevin? It is where most of our leaders or historical leaders have been born.
That's why he wrote the poem.
Yes. Parnell, I think, was in Wicklow, but I'm just not sure. Was he buried in Glasnevin or ended up in Wicklow?
Dr. Singh, I will send you one document and which has lot of connections and history between India and Ireland.
Yes.
And, I hope that will answer your question. And I was thinking
we have interest to the listeners.
Yes.
To the audience that one of our great poets and philosophers was greatly influenced by the Irish Revolution.
To start this session, I'm first going to invite Farmley representative. He will do a brief talk about this building. It is a very historical building here. It has equal significance like our President House in India.
Is this where the President lives?
President House in India, Rashtrapati Bhavan.
Is this where your president lives?
No. Our president here in Ireland lives just, I say, 1 or 2 kilometers from this place.
Right.
And this is, I believe, Minister Feehan may explain it later. It is a now house for the Prime Minister. So we are very grateful for the Irish government that they are supporting this initiative, India Day, and it is growing every year. Over the last 5 years, Minister Feehan himself attended in person a few occasions, and we are always grateful for his support. Now, Donal, he's a main guide here, head guide of Farmley House. He will make a small presentation. And this is a time during the COVID, we can't have physical events, but the way you people are supporting us, this is a huge moral boosting to our volunteers and to our organizers.
Have you visited India, Minister?
I've never been to India. I was passed through Bombay Airport in 1984 on the way to Australia.
I've never been to Ireland. I've been to one of the few countries in Europe that I have not visited.
Well, you're very, very welcome.
So here's that invitation, Dr. Singh, for you. You must visit.
Yes, you did have an invitation. Anyhow, this is better really because it's much more convenient.
It's we've learned a lot the last few months.
Yes, haven't we? All of us. The hard way.
If it is a difficulty in connecting, can I go ahead with? Okay. So this is, I think there's some difficulty in connecting with Donal. I think it is better we can go ahead with first Dr. Karan Singh. And
the minister be given the right of place.
It is absolutely up to both of you because there's.
I think it would be appropriate if the minister is given the right.
I understood there was a few before me. Would that be right to speak before me?
Yes. There are 3 before you, but some, I think, timing or the connection.
Will be the first. He'll open it.
Yeah. We also welcome here Dr. Sheshabri Chari. Dr. Sheshabri
Hello.
Chari is a wonderful person. He's a
Namaste.
Namaste. Dr. Chari, we have here Minister Frank Feehan. He's a Minister
Hello.
of Health in the Department of Health. And you know Dr. Karan Singh better
Oh
than
God.
everybody.
He is my guru. He is my guru.
तो शुरू आरंभ कीजिए आप प्रशांत जी, मंत्री जी से कहिए बोले.
Okay. Minister Feehan, you please go first.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Chairperson Shukla, distinguished guests, thank you very much for your kind invitation to address you all here today on this very special occasion as we seek to further improve the collaboration between Ireland, India and the EU. I'm personally delighted to be a part of an event which will allow communities, professionals and businesses from Ireland, India and the EU to share their knowledge and network in anticipation of better collaborations and efforts to combat the global problems we all face together. The special and developing Ireland-India connection is something I am very aware of in my capacity as a public representative, and I've met with your Ambassador Sandeep Kumar on many occasions in the past, and I regularly support events which are organised by the Sligo Indian Association in my own area, and I was delighted to attend an India event yesterday in Sligo. The colour and vibrancy and passion on display at these events always captivates me, and our similar histories of achieving independence is something which I believe strongly unites us. The theme for this year's India celebration is a 2020 vision for Ireland, India, EU cooperation in post-COVID Brexit world. This is a very topical selection, as there can be no disputing just how difficult this global pandemic has been, or about the challenges which are about to come. This is why I agree with you, Chairman, when you said in your invite letter, today more than ever we need the strategies and policies to promote well-being to defeat the challenges present to human health. In this regard, I welcome the opportunity to outline to you all how Ireland is rising to the challenges we're having to deal with in the face of the current pandemic crisis. Prevention is a cornerstone of effective healthcare, and in 2013 we launched our national framework for action to improve health and well-being in Ireland over the coming generation, Healthy Ireland. At the core of Healthy Ireland is the basic principle that in order to reduce the rates of chronic diseases, we need to reduce the major risk factors for non-communicable diseases: smoking, excessive alcohol consumption, obesity and inactivity. Healthy Ireland seeks to tackle these risk factors, but also to address the wider social and environmental factors that impact on health and well-being, for example, housing, education, transport and the built environment. The framework aims to shift the focus to prevention, seeks to reduce health inequalities and emphasise the need to empower people and communities to better look after their own health and well-being. Another fundamental principle underlying Healthy Ireland is that health is everyone's responsibility, and under the framework we have worked to build relationships and strengthen partnerships with other government departments, local authorities, the education and research sectors, as long as the wider business, voluntary and community sectors. Since the framework was launched in 2013, we also have a large suite of national policies and strategies to address the most challenging areas of health behaviours. These include the National Obesity Strategy and Action Plan, the National Physical Activity Plan, Tobacco Free Ireland, and the National Sexual Health Strategy. Good progress has been made in implementation of all these strategies, and this will continue. In addition, through a consultative process involving a range of government departments and key stakeholders organisations, we have developed a Healthy Ireland outcome framework, which will monitor and drive the achievements of our public health targets. The range of indicators select include national and well-recognised international indicators set to create an overall picture of health and well-being in Ireland. And one of our key instrumental instruments here is Healthy Ireland Survey, which is carried out annually. This is an annual survey of over 7,500 households, which gather data on health behaviours such as smoking, alcohol, diet and nutrition, physical activity and many other health issues. The onset of COVID-19 pandemic has of course had a devastating effect on all our lives. Like every country in the world, we've had to adjust our behaviours to make sacrifices in order to protect ourselves, our families and communities. However, one of the most important factors in the fight against COVID-19 is the provision of up-to-date and timely information to the public. And long before COVID-19 here in Ireland, we've been engaged in a very effective national communications campaign to help and encourage people to improve their diet, the level of physical activity and their mental well-being. This work has been even more essential with the arrival of COVID-19. We responded by launching a new campaign called In This Together, which provided advice and information how to stay fit, healthy and active at home. Earlier I spoke of the importance of partnership and cooperation between the different sectors of Irish society in promoting health behaviours. This is also true of the international stage. Ireland has for many decades now benefited from our membership of the European Union, and I know that India has also enjoyed a long partnership with the EU and is closely working with the EU on important issues such as social and human development, ICT, energy, water, climate change, urban development and resource efficiency. It is precisely this kind of partnership, cooperation and collaboration which will help us all in Ireland, India and throughout the globe to face and overcome the challenges we face. And I've no doubt that today's event will provide great opportunity for exchanges of information and knowledge between our two countries. I wish you well with your event and I want to thank you once again for the kind invitation.
Thank you so much, Minister Feehan. We are delighted to have your support and particularly continued support. And I remember you were one of the members in Ireland-India Parliamentary Friendship Group. And we had very good exchanges of ideas and everything in the past. And I hope you may not be in position to join that group in future, being a minister, but I hope you will continue your support to that group and new group will soon be open. With these words, now I want to invite Dr. Singh and then the Cam Korla. He sent a very beautiful message because I think he's on holidays and he is facing some connectivity issues. And the Indian ambassador and representative of OPW will also talk. But I think Dr. Singh is in 90 years of age, and with his seniority and everything, I really admire, and maybe Dr. Singh may not remember this, in 97, 96, I was in Apollo Hospital. I had some serious problem, and Dr. Singh was attending, same neurosurgeon, physician, and I have seen his humanity and his respect for the rules, that he was sitting outside as a common person. He belongs to a Maharaja family. He had a wonderful place and respect in Indian society. So his conduct of business, and he is one of the, if I can say, a treasure of wisdom. So I'm looking forward today his wisdom, what he can give to Ireland-India Council, to Ireland and to India. And as he said that Dr. Sheshadrichari, he's a wonderful orator on foreign policies. I admire sometimes when I was reading him and listening him. So he will go after Dr. Singh. And then we will have Cam Korla and Indian ambassador. I hope I'm not breaching the protocol, but I believe these are the events where we have some flexibility, and I want to. The Ireland is very flexible country, so where protocol doesn't matter much with these events. So I want to continue with this. Dr. Singh, please.
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction, Minister Frank Feehan. My good friend Seshadri Chari, present, surprised seeing you in Ireland. Distinguished panelists and speakers in this event. Prashant Shukla, President and members of the Ireland-India Council, residents of Dublin and whoever else is watching us in Ireland. I was very interested to hear the details of what you are doing to fight this terrible pandemic. I think more or less India is doing the same, except that we have a slightly larger population. We have 1.3 billion people. And that makes our task, I think, extremely difficult, but we are coping with it, as all of us are. It is a pleasure and a privilege, Prashant, to visit Ireland, although virtually, and address you on the occasion of India's 74th freedom anniversary. Both India and Ireland fought long and hard for our freedom against the same colonial power. Both of us produced great leaders and made great sacrifices. We were hit by famine, by repression, by atrocities. But nonetheless, we stuck to our guns and we finally achieved our independence. Our movement, of course, was led by most remarkable man, Mahatma Gandhi, who advocated non-violence and passive resistance. And he had a galaxy of great leaders around him, with Jawaharlal Nehru, Vallabhbhai Patel, Maulana Azad, and so on. So the freedom movement itself produced a great deal of energy and a great deal of talent. And we got our independence in 1947, and Ireland got it in 1949, if I'm not mistaken, just a couple of years later. Minister, you will be interested to know that the Irish freedom fighters and leaders had a direct influence on our freedom movement. One of our great leaders, who was a revolutionary, later became a great philosopher and a yogi, Sri Aurobindo, was in college in Cambridge in 1891 when your great leader Parnell died. He wrote several poems to pay homage to him. I'm just going to read out from one, which is entitled Hic Jacet Glasnevit Cemetery. Patriots, behold your guerdon. This man found Erin, his mother, bleeding, chastised, wound, naked to imputations, poor, denied, while alien masters held her house of pride. And now behold her, terrible and fair, with the eternal ivy in her hair, armed with the clamorous thunder, how she stands. Erin, of course, was an ancient Irish goddess, and Sri Aurobindo looked upon India also as the goddess of the Bharat Mata. And it's interesting that he was greatly influenced by Parnell and others who were at that time fighting for freedom in India. We also owe a great debt of gratitude, Seshadri, as you know, to Ireland for the literatures that they have produced. I mean, in the 19th century, Jonathan Swift, for example, Gulliver's Travels, Oliver Goldsmith, R.V. Sheridan. And in the 20th century, of course, extraordinary explosion of talent. George Bernard Shaw, with his marvelous plays. William Butler Yeats, with his fabulous poems. I love the Yeats poems. You know, though I am old with wandering through hollow hands and hilly hands, I will find out where she has gone and kiss her lips and take her hands and walk amid long dappled grass and pick till time and times are done the silver apples of the moon, the golden apples of the sun. I mean, I could recite Yeats for hours. I love him. Samuel Beckett, James Joyce, Dylan Thomas, the brilliant. I mean, these people are all outstanding people. And of course, the inimitable Oscar Wilde. So even names that I've mentioned are enough to show what a tremendous literary influence Ireland and Irish writers had upon us. At that time, they all wrote in English. We really didn't know whether they were English or Irish. But later, as we grew up, we realized that they were not English people, they were Irish people. And therefore, they had a very special, as it were, reverberation as far as we are concerned. And incidentally, the first school that I went to in my hometown of Srinagar was a Presentation Convent school run by an Irish mission. And I still remember Mother Peter, Monsignor Shanks, and all the nuns and all of them. So I also have a personal contact with Ireland. Well, both Ireland and India are now free democratic republics. Our relations are growing well, as I'm sure the ambassador will tell us. There are three dimensions, Minister, of relationships between countries. A sort of a Triveni, a confluence of three rivers in India is considered auspicious. This can be looked upon really as a confluence of relationships. We have first the political relations, which means the government to government. There, I'm sure our ambassador and your ambassador here are doing an excellent job. And the government to government relations, political relations are growing. The second, if the political relations are the Ganga, Sheshadriji, the second, the economic relations are the Jammu. The economic relations must grow. There are many aspects and many possibilities of growth, because India is on the verge of a new upsurge of growth. And it would be very good if we get closer to the European Union, which I think is a remarkable structure. And the European Union is one miracle that has occurred in my own lifetime. I've in my own lifetime seen the mark disappear, the lira disappear, the franc disappear, and the euro coming in my own eyes. I've lived through that. And I find that that has been the most extraordinary development in world affairs. And Ireland also, as you say, Minister, has been part of it. So the economic relations are the second. We must have more economic relations. Now the third, the invisible Saraswati, it may not be visible on the surface, are people-to-people relations. That, I think, is probably the most important of the thing. Because if you have a direct relationship on the literary front or on the personal front, then you have a deeper impact. And that is where music and dance and literature and fashion design and culinary creation, these all play their role. And I'm very glad that Prashant Shukla has got a whole program of cultural events here. Because as I see it, that is the best thing that we can do, particularly when the COVID keeps us close in our houses. We should at least watch good dance and listen to good music and read good books. I'm sure Shishadiji does all the time. In fact, had it not been for the pandemic, I might have even been in Ireland today. Even though I am 90, by God's grace, by Lord Shiva's grace, I think I could get there. But of course, now it's impossible to move out of one's house. But this virtual meeting is good. I cherish it. I'm grateful to you for having invited me on the day, India Day. And I bring to you warm greetings on behalf of 1.3 billion Indians. That is more than double the population, combined population of Western Europe and North America. So when you say India, please remember that India is not only a country, it's a civilization. It has a history going back 5,000 years, of which we are proud, and it is moving into the future. So on behalf of the people of India, I send through you, Minister, and through you, Prashant, very warm greetings, and especially people of Indian origin, who also included one Patinshe until recently. So good wishes to all of you. God bless, keep well, and keep safe. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Dr. Singh. It was wonderful hearing these words directly from you. And We are really grateful that you addressed this. And although we were actually in process to invite you in Ireland in 2005, and that time it was not possible. I think your diary was full. So now we are going to welcome another minister, Minister of State in the Department of Finance. And I'm so sorry, Minister, that this, although the technology is seamless, but sometimes still it didn't work. So thank you so much for your attendance and for your participation. And can I brief you that we were here having your colleague, Minister Frank Feehan. He spoke before, and we have the he's Pitama of Indian politics, and I can say Indian wisdom, Dr. Karan Singh. He just finished his talk, and I think you might be listening it through social media, but definitely it was an admiring address. And we have here Dr. Sheshadri Chari. Sheshadri Chari, he's a wonderful journalist. He's a wonderful foreign policy analyst. And whenever anyone read his articles or interviews, it is so soothing that it actually, what I can say, what sort of foreign policies or the relations between the country and the countries can conduct their business, that I always admire from his writings. Minister, before you, I hope you are not rushed. Can I invite Dr. Sheshadri Chari, but with particularly one question? That question is, Ireland and India, they had wonderful cultural relations. Historical, going back from Tagore to Mahatma Gandhi to Nehru, M. Dev, and wonderful literary people, even Dr. Singh mentioned Aurobindo. But after independence, this bond never converted in business and current days, the cooperation. And we all sometimes we hear from the foreign policy point of view from Indian experts that Ireland may not fit in their foreign policy agenda. But I believe Ireland may be a small country, but it has much bigger punch on world politics. So it's 13 hours. So in current situation, although we are thankful that Prime Minister Modi made a visit after almost 60 years in 2015, and this was India Day was initiated prior to his visit. So how you see that we should develop this historical relations to convert them into business? Dr. Chari.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Prashant Shuklaji, and Honorable Minister Frank Feehan, Asin Fleming, and my Guru Dr. Karan Singh. You have really used you have put me in a very embarrassing situation by saying such good words about me in front of my Guru. I am really grateful to you. And he has already laid the ground rules for how we have to deal with one another. In fact, as you very rightly mentioned, almost 64 years after the first Prime Minister of India, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, visited Ireland in 1956. After that 1956 visit of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi who visited Ireland in 2015. But between these two visits, both the countries have made enormous progress in economy, in the fields of science and technology, as well as people-to-people relationship. All the three components of engagement between two countries, which Dr. Karan Singh mentioned. So we have developed excellent relationship as far as science and technology is concerned, as far as business is concerned, and as far as people-to-people relationship is concerned. And we have actually cemented our relationship through culture and commerce, both. So that is the most important aspect that we should actually remember when we are celebrating the Independence Day today. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, even before his visit to Ireland and during his visit also in his speech, he laid emphasis on the need to improve trade relations between the two countries and also explore opportunities to cooperate on various aspects of all-round development. In fact, Ireland's economy, as you would know better because you are leading the endeavors to bring the two economies together and build a bridge between them. Ireland's economy actually provides a very huge opportunity for Indian investors to participate. In fact, if you quickly go through the list of wealthiest persons in Ireland, the first name is Shapurji Mistry, Pallonji Mistry, and of Shapurji Pallonji, whose headquarters is in Bombay. So it's now that he is Irish, but he was an Indian. And incidentally, we are also celebrating the 75th year of the making of Mughal-e-Azam, which his grandfather financed. So there are so many firsts in this particular year. So you can imagine the kind of exchange that has been taking place between Ireland and India. So it would be better to conclude that we are actually two economies separated only by geography, but we have come together and closely worked together on a number of areas. In fact, Ireland's prosperity and growth since 1990s has got great international appreciation. Not only international appreciation, like they used to call some of the Asian economies in the 90s when they developed, they used to be called the Asian tigers. So Ireland is now being increasingly referred to as Celtic tiger. So Ireland continues to provide great opportunities for investment, and also you have created an atmosphere uh, for doing good business, such as very low corporate tax rate and so many other friendly measures. I will not go into those details here, but you have done a number of such measures, which I think Government of India needs to learn and emulate as far as the economic and business model that you have created. Obviously, as Minister Frank Fay had mentioned, the present coronavirus pandemic has hit all of us. The entire world has come to a grinding halt. Production facilities are shut. Demand supply chains have snapped. Normal economic activities have stopped. International travel has been grounded. But in spite of all this, if you notice one thing, if you look at the Irish business and commercial model for the last almost 1 year and the Indian economy, we both are two economies which still speak of great resilience. We have extremely great resilient power. We are both very confident that we will not only overcome the present pandemic and the other related problems, but we will be leading the economy in our own spheres. As far as Indian economy is concerned, and as far as the Irish economy is concerned, we are very confident. I think I'm not a very proper person to say this, especially when Dr. Karan Singh is here. I think this confidence comes because of our civilizational upbringing, the civilizational background of Ireland and the civilizational background of India, that nothing can stop human evolution and human progress if they are rooted in a larger philosophical template. This is the greatness of Ireland. This is the greatness of India. In fact, the Irish India connection dates back probably to prehistory. If one were to read the Celtic scriptures, beginning from, say, the story of Aithre, as Dr. Karan Singh mentioned, Aithre is the god of the blue shining sky, and you juxtapose Aithre to the writings of Aithreya Brahmana of the Rigveda, where Aithre is again spoken as the light that emits from the sky. You will see the theosophical connections. In fact, very little wonder that a very young Irish trade union leader who came to India became the bridge between this theosophical outlook of Ireland and the theosophical outlook of India, Dr. Annie Besant. She later on established what we call the Theosophical Society of India. And this Theosophical Society of India was actually the basis which produced huge number of leaders, even in India, and influenced the thought process of many leaders in India, including, of course, Yogi Shri Aurobindo, whom Dr. Karan Singh mentioned. In fact, I would recommend all of us to read and read and read and read again and again the monumental book by Dr. Karan Singh on Yogi Shri Aurobindo, which is titled The Prophet of Indian Nationalism. The Prophet of Indian Nationalism is what Dr. Karan Singh calls Yogi Aurobindo. So this is the kind of connection that Ireland and India have got, right from prehistory to 2020, where we are both connecting one another through culture and commerce. That is because both of us, both Ireland and India, look at the world as a family. We in India say Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The whole entire family, entire world is one family. And this is the basis which Ireland taught India during the freedom struggle. Whatever may be the provocation, there can be no alternative to peaceful but strong protest. This is the greatness of Mahatma Gandhi. Peaceful but strong protest. We were facing the same colonial power for more than 200 years. But today, we are not only free countries, but more vibrant than all those powers which sought to subjugate us. This is the greatness. Now, of course, I am seeing Ireland as emerging economy. Ireland is one of the leading economies among the European Union countries. And India is also an emerging economy and the third largest economy in the world. And the whole of Asia and all the Indo-Pacific countries look to India for their leadership. Similarly, all the countries of Europe are looking towards Ireland for leadership. And I'm sure the road to peace, progress, and prosperity in Europe and in Asia will be able to use the Delhi-Dublin Bridge, what I call the Delhi-Dublin Bridge. The bridge between Delhi and Dublin is what is going to be next phase of economic, social, and cultural rejuvenation. I am extremely glad that Mr. Prashant Shukla and Ireland India Council have taken a lead in bringing all of us together. Of course, the pandemic has prevented us from seeing and greeting each other and feeling the pulse of each other. When you shake hands, you feel the pulse of one another. That is what they say. So we have not been able to feel, but we are able to feel the pulse of one another through this virtual meeting. And this is what technology has given us. And once again, we will meet, as they say, next year. We will always be able to meet more often and overcome all the problems that we are facing on the basic strength of the philosophical strength of Ireland and the philosophical strength of India, of which people like Dr. Karan Singh are the leaders. And I'm once again thanking Prashant Shukla and his team in Ireland India Council for making all these things possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chari. You correctly said that bridge between New Delhi and Dublin, that is more important. This bridge is not for relations between India and Ireland. The bridge between New Delhi, Dublin, and North America is something that's very important. With these words, I want to now invite Minister of State Sheen Fleming. Minister has some other important engagement, so he wants to finish his talk first. Minister, you are very welcome. Thank you for coming here, although you faced actually some difficulties in connecting us. Now, floor is yours, Minister Sheen Fleming.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I've just lost my connection to the video connection, but I think I can still hear you. So I will speak in any event, and I am trying to get the link back up, but you can hear me, which is good. Back again. I see you all again. I'm very happy because I was speaking into a dark screen for 10 seconds there. This is much better. First of all, thank you for the kind invitation. Prashant and Damien Nee for the organizing committee for this event, and Mr. Ambassador, and I'm very pleased to join the event. And especially in these difficult times with COVID-19, it was really a challenge, and it's an extra challenge from where I am down in the Midlands. We're one of the 3 counties with extra travel restrictions, so that's why I cannot travel today like I would like to have done in the normal course of events. I just make a few brief comments first, and I want to reply to the last set of questions specifically because we all know about the deep history and the friendship going back over hundreds of years and the deep roots and similarities in our people. And I think that is well known, but has been a little bit in history, and that has been well flagged as well. I do want to say that we know there is quite a bit of trade between, actual trade and services of about 5 billion between our 2 countries. Some of it is in physical trade and more of it is in the delivery of services. And I don't know how many times I pick up the phone here to phone a company in Ireland with a fault or a customer complaint, and I'm speaking to somebody in India. It happens many, many times. So there are a lot of connections from that point of view, from a practical point of view. One of the best way of having the connections developed is through the people. We have a lot of Indian citizens living here in Ireland, but I'm informed there's up to 35,000 people from India here with India connections with India at any one time, which is a very, very high number and would be the biggest group from any of the countries in Asia. We all know the businesses that from India based here in Ireland and Irish businesses based in India, and that is something I do want to come back to. Really, I suppose, there is a long connection, and why, even though we had a good shared history and understanding of each other, and we had lots of similar issues, many years ago, why over all the years was it our relationship not developed more? And as I'm listening to the question, I'm trying to give not an apology, but an explanation for how I see it. We are a very small country. After we got our own independence, we were heavily dependent for trade with our nearest partner, the United Kingdom. Most of our exports went there, most of our imports came from there. And even though we had political independence, by and large, as we know, for most of the island of Ireland, but not the full island of Ireland, we were very heavily dependent on our trade links with the UK. So that's why back many years ago, Ireland set out about applying for membership of the European Union. And that has really been the main focus of Ireland over the decades. And we now trade with more of our trade is with the other EU countries than with just the UK. Whereas not dependent on the UK, even though it's our single biggest trading partner, it doesn't it is not as dominant in our trade as it used to be, and we do a lot of trade with other EU countries. And over several decades, the challenge facing Ireland, and Sean Lemass was one of our prime ministers back in the early 60s, when we say I was a little boy in short pants, those days, and his mission was for foreign direct investment into Ireland and more trading with the EU, because they were our nearest partners. Obviously, the foreign direct investment in Ireland focused heavily as well on the United States, and there would be very big foreign investors here, foreign direct investment. One of the reasons being the language, which I will come back to in a moment. The language is very important. People from the United States feel comfortable coming to Ireland. They know there's a lot of Irish people in America, and they settle here very easily. After all of that, I think it's only after all of that, we can now focus more outside of direct links with the United States and with Britain and the United Kingdom. And I actually really think Brexit is an opportunity. I'm one of those people who believes the glass is always half full. Most of the commentary in Ireland is Brexit is a challenge, is going to be a major issue, it's going to cause lots of difficulties. And yes, that is the case to some extent. But I always say in every challenge there's an opportunity. And I actually think, personally, I believe that our links with India can be developed further, especially now that Ireland is the only English-speaking country in the EU. This has to be a big advantage for trade and communication and tourism. A lot of Irish people, when we're free to travel again, would look forward to, in due course, being able to travel to your lovely country. And I know many people who've been there in the past. I haven't personally been there, but we hear magnificent reports about your country, and people who come back from India, whether it's spent 2, 3 weeks or 4 weeks out there, really love the country. And I think we need to develop that. But I would actually say Brexit is an opportunity for an English-speaking country like Ireland to increase our trade and our friendship and people connections between our two countries. So I actually think we do have an opportunity here. I think the Irish government will want to pursue that. Maybe when we're sitting shoulder to shoulder on the Security Council in the United Nations in the next couple of years, we've both done very well, and we're now on that since last June. It's our second time, I recall, in my lifetime, my memory, for us to be on that very important forum. And I think that in itself is an opportunity. While the UN has a particular mandate, I think our good friendship and relationships can be developed. That's another forum. Plus, we all know Ireland, the former Prime Minister Taoiseach and the current Deputy Prime Minister in Ireland, the Taoiseach Leo Varadkar, has very strong links with India, which has to be a good plus for both India and for Ireland in terms of trade business into the future. I will also say I'm very pleased that the ambassador was in Laois back just a very short period ago. We're in the Midlands, outside of the biggest capital city, outside our capital city. We're very close. And I would say, as a Minister of State in the Midland region, we currently have extra travel restrictions just for these few days. And when we get back to normal next year, I would like to see an offer Laois in the Midlands as an area for investment, specifically for businesses from your country. I think we're perfectly located. I'll just say this to you. Laois is probably one of those regions in the country where I am sitting now. I'm 1 hour and 15 minutes from Shannon International Airport. I'm 1 hour and 20 minutes from Dublin International Airport, and I'm less than 2 hours from Cork International Airport. I don't think there's a location anywhere in Europe that has 3 international airports within little over an hour's drive from where we're located here in the Midlands. So I would encourage that, rather than always being in the hustle of the major cities, and the quality of life is much better here. So I would encourage and take this opportunity to promote this region. I'm hoping I'm answering the questions, and I think Brexit is going to be a positive help. There'll be downsides to Brexit, but there has to be upsides to Brexit. And I think a relationship with a country like India can now be used as a bonus for us in terms of being an English-speaking country in the EU. 600 million market, and I think it can work both ways. That's what I would like to say. I don't know the format whether I come in again, but I do want to thank the organisers for continuing with this event here today. It's so easy, just postponed for 12 months. The technology is great, and I'm sure some of the technology behind what we're doing today, some of it probably came from India. And I suspect that is the case because there's a lot of IT connection between Ireland and India. So thank you. I hope I'm answering the questions the best I can. I want to say to people, the people viewing who are watching, enjoy the rest of the day. And it is great. And we look forward to meeting in person, hopefully next year when these restrictions are all gone and we can have rather than rubbing elbows, we can actually shake the hand that you actually mentioned and feel the pulse.
Namaste is the best way to do it. You don't have to touch at all.
Thank you, Minister. And the forum and platform is available if you want to continue to hear. And I'm going to the Cam Corlar, Speaker of Irish Parliament, mentioned a very beautiful message. And he can't make it in person today, and I think where he is on holiday, he has a poor internet connectivity. So I'm going to play his message, and then number of few things, and we got a beautiful Indian dancer here. So if you have time, please enjoy all that. But thank you so much. And can I ask Damien if you please say a few words to our Irish guests and Indian guests? Damien is co-chair for India Day Committee, and he contributed hugely for the success of this year's India Day, because I was never thought of when we have around 10,000 people, how to be in this situation, have the event and reach out to our community. But this is an idea and we tried it. It is not perfect. So, and the technology and everything is evolving. So maybe this is a unique opportunity for the connectivity and the companies. They can look into it, and in future maybe we have perfect technology. There's no glitches or no problem. Thank you everyone, and you are very welcome to continue and enjoy this beautiful session here. Thank you.
Hello everybody.
Yes.
I have a great love of India that has developed over many years. And I believe Ireland was prosperous through facilitating America and Europe in the 60s and 70s. And I believe that Ireland and India together can make huge advances in the next 20, 30 years. Europe is the world's greatest collection of consumers. India is the potential purveyor of everything that we need in Europe. And it's a great democracy. As Dr. Karan Singh said, that if you put together the population of Europe and the States and double it, you've got India. And you have the most wonderful, wonderful individuals, incredible education system. And with the sort of Irish astuteness, and we have so many traits, and they're exemplified in Sean Fleming here. And every now and again, you know, what makes a difference in the world is leadership. And it's those little fulcrums and turning points. And in many ways, COVID-19 gives us a chance to create that footprint in Europe for India that will allow us all to thrive and prosper in the future. And the medical advances that are made in India, and especially the potential for small, rapid and cheap tests, can, without question, contribute to our coming through this COVID phenomenon. And, you know, instead of, we must be grateful, because all of the people in this conference here have lived in the best times the world has ever known. And we really need to appreciate the longevity, the good health that we've had, and we will get over this blip. And we use the time, if we have another lockdown, to develop personal relationships And in the afternoon, we have a group with a view to establishing links between small and medium businesses. State agencies do wonders for the large multinationals, but the real backbone of a nation are the small businesses employing 1 to 50, 200 people. And if we can establish links that will allow small Irish businesses to have the benefit of an infrastructure and maybe a labour force available to e-tender for projects all over Europe, and it will allow Indian companies to get involved in European projects without the incredible high overcosts that there would be otherwise. So thanks everybody, and happy, it's your St. Patrick's Day, and Sean, by the way, has a great voice, and he might sing a song for us later. And,
Now's a chance.
Thank you very much, everybody, and hopefully this time next year you'll have 20,000 on the lawn here, and we'll be celebrating the success of our business matchmaking program, and we'll be looking back with delight at how we have handled the COVID issue, and that everybody wear masks. If everybody wore an effective mask, we would all get through this. So thank you very much. And let us not, Prashant and Aparna and their two wonderful boys have done incredible work in putting this together. And Amanda Wilkinson has put together the wonderful program, and the administration, and has cajoled and beaten everybody into doing what they should do. So thank you all very much. And Jerry Hanley is going to play music in a few minutes. And let me tell you, Bruce Springsteen is awful lucky that Jerry didn't get, distracted from his studies years ago, or the boss would not be. Okay. And the wisdom of Willie Collins and Noel Gavigan, who sees great future in the biogas and cooperation with India, and Duncan Stewart, who, without question, Ireland's leading environmentalist, who I think can also make a permanent imprint on global environmental issues. And thank you all very much.
Thank you, Damien. And now I want to invite for the two cultural presentations, and I'm postponing little three beautiful messages, and maybe we could have in person as well. So I'm trying to sort out this in between. Please enjoy Irish and Indian cultural presentation.
नहीं चले जाना चाहिए, बाद में कर लेंगे. We can leave the studio. मैं आजकल मुंबई में आया था किसी काम से, फिर यहाँ रहना पड़ा, लेकिन अगले महीने आऊंगा दिल्ली, तो आपके दर्शन के लिए आऊंगा.
बात करें,
नहीं, मैं आऊंगा, आपके दर्शन करने आऊंगा, आपका आशीर्वाद लेने जरूर आऊंगा.
धन्यवाद. धन्यवाद.
नमस्कार. नमस्कार. नमस्कार.
Can I please request Damien to go off the studio, please? Hello, everyone, and you are all very welcome for this cultural performance that we are going to have next, which is none other than one of the Indian classical dance form, which is very famous and very ancient. It comes from Natya Shastra 200 BCE, and it is one of the 8 dance forms of India: Bharatnatyam, Kathak, Kuchipudi, Odissi, Kathakali, Satriya, Manipuri, and Mohiniyattam. So these are the 8 major forms, dance forms of India. And our dancer today Shruti Desai, is trained in 2 of those, Bharatnatyam and Kathak. And she is a very passionate Indian classical dancer. She works in Ireland as a software engineer, and she is going to perform this dance live from Farmley in Dublin, in Ireland. So I'm going to adjust the camera, but in the meantime, bear with us and stay tuned. And Shruti is all ready for her performance. Just give us a second. Speaker हटा दो, or maybe yeah, bring it near the music. Yeah. Is it visible? And move the light. I'm extremely sorry. Can we just interrupt? Sorry about that. And now we should be ready again. There was some problem with the screen, so we have adjusted now. And our fashion show performers are waiting backstage. So please just be patient. And after this dance, we will be bringing to you fashion show. You probably can do better job.
श्यामल अंग सीता पाणो महासायन चारु चापम नमामि रामं रघुवंशनाथं नमामि रघुवंशनाथं नमामि रामं जादू के अब तीर रंग से सजा है ये आसमां
जादू के अब तीन रंग से सजा है ये
आसमां गा रही है पवन
राग देश धुन गा रही है पवन ठहर के बोले समय
अमर है देश में सुजलाम सुफलाम मातरम मलयज शीतलाम मातरम सुजलाम सुफलाम मातरम मलयज शीतलाम मातरम शस्य श्यामलाम मातरम वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम हिंदुस्तां हमारा हमारा सारे जहां से अच्छा हिंदुस्तां हमारा
Just bear with me. We have some little technical issue, but our fashion models are really practicing backstage, so stay tuned. Here we go. We have our first fashion model, Kalyani. Kalyani, you're very welcome. And Kalyani is joining us actually from Dublin, Ireland. So Kalyani, I'm giving you full stage and there you go.
Can I
Go ahead.
Now, no.
Thank you so much, Kalyani. Can you come on the camera and just say where you're from?
Hi, I'm from Dublin,
In
and
India?
thank you very much for giving
In
me
India,
this
where you're
opportunity.
from?
Sorry,
Where are you from in India?
I'm from Pune, Maharashtra. I'm from Pune, Maharashtra,
So
and
this nose thing is very special of Maharashtra. Can you show it near the
yeah,
camera?
sure.
Yeah, it's so beautiful. I love it. I love your outfit. Thank you so much for joining us and stay at backstage because we may bring you back again on the stage.
Thank you so much.
Nima Pant, are you here with us? Can you hear us? Nima Pant, I don't see you. Maybe your camera is off. So, who else we have here? We have Asha Yadav. joining us from Meerut in India, very near Delhi. So, Asha, you are very welcome.
Thank you.
And you're looking gorgeous.
Thank you.
Okay, so Asha, I'm going to go backstage and here you go and do your ramp walk.
Okay.
Thank you. I love your outfit. Asha, it's so beautiful. The colors and the style and the fashion. Oh my God, you look amazing. Thank you so much. And please stay backstage because we will bring you live again.
Definitely.
And now we have here Mrs. Universe from Lucknow joining us. She has many more titles that I don't have it here in front of me, but maybe she can tell us of ourselves that what are her titles that she's holding, and she is Mrs. Universe from India. You are on mute. Mrs. Neema Pant, can you please unmute yourself? You're on mute.
Hello. Are you hearing my voice?
I can hear your voice now.
Okay. Thank you, Aparna, for giving me this golden opportunity. Hi.
Hello.
सभी को से नीमा का प्रेम भरा नमस्कार। मौसम भी बेनूर था, फजाएं भी बेरंग थी, कुछ दोस्त याद आ गए, मौसम सुहावना हो गया।
Wow, that's beautiful. And I love your tattoos. They are gorgeous.
Oh, yeah, here. And my titles are, I'm Mrs. North India. Then Mrs. North India, just give the account. Yeah. This is my North India crown.
Wow. Love that
And
crown.
Planet Diva.
Planet Diva crown.
This is my Planet Diva crown.
Lovely. Amazing.
For Mrs. Universe. This is for my subtitle.
Yes.
Mrs. Universe Talented. And this is for Mrs. Universe.
Okay.
And now at the last, Mrs. India Passionate International.
Wow. All these crowns. You are a beautiful woman, no doubt. So can
All
we... Yes, all I agree. Yes.
Thank you for giving me this beautiful platform. I'm really very happy to
We are
see you.
absolutely delighted to have you here. And can you just show us your outfit maybe from top to bottom?
Yeah, this is my Indian.
Actually, for you, we have a very special guest here, and I'm going to focus him on the camera so you can see him. He will play the music and you show your beautiful outfit.
Okay.
Jerry, yeah? Thank you. And now we will bring our next fashion model. And her name is Neha. And Neha is joining us from the hill station. And from Neha also, we will ask Jerry to kindly play beautiful Irish music and the beauty of North India and the music of Ireland. I think it's a very good combination. Thank you, Neha. Thank you. Thank you, Neha. I will actually let you go because I think there are more people trying to get in. So we really loved your outfit and it is very special, Kumayuni. You are in the Uttarakhand at the moment. So we know that your outfit is really special. Thanks, Neha. Bye-bye. And the next one is Geeta from County Kildare. Yeah, Maynooth in County Kildare. And
Yeah.
Geeta is originally from South India. So Jerry will play the music and Geeta will show her South Indian sari.
Okay, thank you. Thanks so much, Jerry. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Geeta. And if possible, stay here. We might bring you back again.
Okay, sure, Aparna. Thank
And now we have another one, Manjula Avasthi, joining us from Kanpur in India. And Jerry will play the music again. Beautiful, beautiful, Manjula. That was absolutely stunning performance. And I love your choti. Choti is that big, long pleat of your hair. Can you show us a little bit turn around? Yes, it's beautiful. Thank you.
There is Goddess Lakshmi.
Goddess Lakshmi, the goddess of wealth. Oh my God, we all need her. Thank you and stay with us. And now we have Pragya joining us all the way from Delhi, the capital of India. So Pragya, Jerry will play the music and now it's your turn. That was absolutely gorgeous. Tell us a little bit about yourself, Pragya.
Hello everyone, my name is Pragya Shukla and I live in Delhi. I am a geophysicist and I work in MNC called Schlumberger. It's basically an oil field company, and I have a 2-year-old daughter as well.
Is she in Indian outfit ready for us?
Not right now because she was not ready to change her clothes, so I couldn't.
Okay, anyway, whatever way she is, I would like to see her.
Sure, I'll call her. Just give me a moment.
Yes, take your time. We have another child here, Aniruddha. Aniruddha is a very special child and he's joining us from Ireland. So now we have these gorgeous children on the stage. And Pragya, your daughter's name is Ginny, is that right?
Yes. Her nickname is Ginny. Otherwise, her name is Advika.
Advika, beautiful, beautiful Advika. And let's play some music for the two children. Thank you, Advika. Oh, we have another one. So now we are going to have a children's party. So I will let you go, darling. Bye. Love you. And we will get Anirudh on the stage now.
Okay.
Bye.
1, 2, 3, start.
So Anirudh.
1, 2, 3, start.
Anirudh is ready for shloka.
Sai, fold your hands and tell. Okay, Purnamada. Fold your hands.
Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamiva Pratishyate. Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Beautiful.
Vision Kurvavahi Tejasvanavade Trustuma Vidvisavayam Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Thank you. Lovely, beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And would you like us to see your outfit? Can you stand up? No? You're from Odisha and you have won some big competition as well. Oh, I think he's getting camera shy, so we will say goodbye. Bye-bye. And we'll meet you again sometime, but I'm going to say goodbye to you. And here is Daddy Jagmohan. Daddy Jagmohan, do you want to say anything?
Hello everyone. Yeah, hi. He is Anirudh, and he was a little bit shy now. He's 4-year-old, and he loves to play keyboard and chant slokas and reciting mythological or patriotic stories.
Lovely. You have given a lot of good sanskara to your son, so well done to you and your wife. And you live in Dublin, do you?
Yes, we do.
And how long have you been living in Ireland?
It has been more than 2.5 years.
2.5 years. Lovely. And you're loving Ireland?
Oh, definitely, yes.
Okay, namaste.
And Prashant Shukla for organizing this. It was a good event, and it is indeed now.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
So let's see who else we have got here. Monu Singh Can you hear us? If you can hear us, can you come on camera? Monu Singh? No, I can't hear you. I can't see you. Yes, you are ready now. So this is Monu Singh joining us from Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh. And we have very much shortage of men models. So I really appreciate Monu for jumping in at the last minute on my request and joining us all the way from Lucknow in India. Lucknow is capital of Uttar Pradesh. So Monu, you're looking gorgeous with your very colorful outfit. So I'm going to ask Jerry. He's going to play Irish music and then you do the ramp walk. Thank you, Monu. So tell us a little bit about your outfit. It's called kurta pajama.
Yes.
Yes, and you live in Lucknow. Your connection is very poor, actually. So I will let you go because if I get you to talk, your connection is bad. Okay, so who we'll still have here in the studio? Kalyani is still smiling, as gorgeous as ever. And we still have Pragya with us, showing her belly. And we still have Manjula with us here. And we still have Asha Yadav here. And we still have Geeta here. And Nima Pant, if you can hear me, if you turn on your camera, I will add you to the screen. And we will play the music, and you all gorgeous ladies can just either simply stand and say namaste or turn around. It's your take, whatever you want to do. Thank you. Oh my God. I think that's the best online fashion show I have ever seen. And actually, when I was planning this idea, I've never seen any online fashion show and I've never done one. Kalyani actually knows that we did one in Diwali in City Hall in Dublin. And it was so nice to see the live fashion show. But when this concept came to my head that I will be doing it online, I had no idea what way it is going to turn out. But I must say to you, gorgeous ladies, because of you, I think it is very successful, and we will get to know more when we see the feedback. So thank you so much for joining us, and let me see.
Thank you so much.
somebody here, Neha. Neha, just stay 1 minute because I think Neha has come back with us. So let's do a little round with Neha. I think she has taken off half of her jewelry, but we are delighted to have her back. So let's go again with the music. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
If you would like to say something, then go ahead. Kalyani or Pragya, Nima, anybody?
Thank you so much for organizing this and inviting me to be a part of the 74th Independence Day celebration. And
Thank you. Happy India Day.
Happy India Day.
Happy India Day. Thank you, Aparna, for giving this opportunity.
Thanks, Kalyani.
Be part of this event.
Yeah, and hopefully we will do our live fashion
Aparna,
show.
thank you so much.
Thanks,
for this
Asha.
opportunity to have with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And hats off to you for calling everybody from all over
Hats
India.
off
Like
to all
Anta,
beautiful
Pune, everybody.
ladies. All the beautiful, gorgeous ladies all the way from India.
Happy Women's Day.
Yes. Like another Women's Day.
Exactly.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
And now we will have some live music. So now, Jerry, can we have some lovely music from you?
Yes, and I will play an Irish jig by special request.
Sorry, Jerry, you can keep playing, but we are going to actually have another special model for you that we saved until now. And her name is Amanda. She's amazing. So Jerry is going to keep playing, and me and Amanda are going to attempt to do our own modeling. Are you still saying? Namaste. Come, Amanda. Show your face here near to the camera, please.
Hello, everyone in India.
Look at her gorgeous outfit.
Namaste. This is the first time I've worn an Indian outfit, and I even have something on my forehead. A
bindi.
A bindi on my forehead. Hello, everyone. Talk to you again soon.
Thanks, Amanda. Sorry, just bear with me. Yeah, you can play. Oh, is it closed? Are you done?
I don't mind, whatever you want. You want some more? More music? Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Wasn't it fun with the fashion show and then some music and then another girl?
So now we are still here and we are still going. So this Irish music is extremely special, and we have some wonderful comments here coming for Jerry. Jagmohan Paddy says, excellent, Jerry. And Jagmohan Paddy is the daddy of the son who participated in our fashion show. Then, somebody's asking me to talk in Hindi. I'm sorry, my friend Mahendra Tiwari, I cannot, because we equally respect our Irish listeners and viewers. So I have to talk in English, even though I'm as much Indian as you are, but I will keep talking in English. And Aileen Wynn from Trim in County Meath says, great to see the different outfits, costumes, dresses, beautiful colors, and amazing jewelry. Yes, Indian jewelry is actually very special. And it's like if you get to know how much Indian women spend on their jewelries, especially for a wedding, it's too much money. I don't want to talk about it. And another comment from Aileen. She says, fantastic show. Shantanu Shukla, she says, great effort. And also we have another comment for Jerry. Ramson Tute says, Jerry's Irish music is fantastic. So we are getting a lot of good comments. And also for Shruti, who performed Kathak dance for our main inaugural session. So Satish Bhatt says, super Shruti. Another comment for Shruti from Shamala, super. And Parimal Shukla from India says, beautiful Kathak performance and very nice footwork. So it seems like Parimal is very familiar with the kind of dance that was being done by Shruti, that the footwork is the most important work in the Kathak dance, and the ghungru and the bell that are tied around the ankles, they make that a special sound. And I know that online couldn't have given you exactly that type of performance feel, but still this is the second best if you can't see it live. And actually Shruti's mom was live with us as well when she was performing, and we have got a lot of nice comment for Shruti's dance performance. And I'm getting a lot of positive feedback for our online fashion show, because we had few guests who are present in Farmly with us. And this particular room that we are in is called Arklo, is it? What is this room called? Yes, Arkle room. So we are here in the Farmly, and we are getting a lot of nice comment for the performances. For Shruti, nice Shruti, proud of you, super, and lot of beautiful comments. So please stay tuned, because we still have to play the 3 speeches which are from very important dignitaries, which were supposed to be played before. And actually somebody is going to show you the tour of the Farmly, because normally this place, Farmly, is a very famous tourist attraction. And when people come here, they are given a guided tour. So we have a video for you to get an online virtual tour of the Farmly House estate. So do stay with us. And we are going to organize and see what's coming next, because there is still plenty to come.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is, I think, we have completed 75% of events today, and now we still need to go further. There are a number of events which are planned in and lined up. So first is very interesting. That is a conference on trade, tourism, and education. We have wonderful speakers for this conference or participants. And these speakers and participants come from different backgrounds. Like we have Brendan Smith. Brendan Smith is from the Galway University. It is NUI Galway, called here in Ireland. And he is Education and Public Engagement Manager of the Insight SFI Research Center of Data Analytics in NUI Galway. So we are going to have him. Then we are going to have Mr. Noel Gavigan. Noel is wonderful environmentalist, and he is consultant in sustainability in European Union and a number of institutions he is working with in Ireland. Then we are going to have John K. Chandy. John K. Chandy is CEO of Hepta Contino Inc. This is a company based in India, in New Delhi. So John is going to join us as well. We are going to have Jerry Hanley. Jerry is multi-talented person. He was playing musical instruments just before, but he's a businessman. He did wonderful work with Ireland and Silicon Valley. He did twinning projects between Ireland and Silicon Valley. So he's going to talk in this session as well. Then again, we are going to have environmental advisor to SSE PLC, and he is Mr. John O'Sullivan. So we are going to have wonderful panel for this discussion, and I hope every one of you will enjoy. So now I'm inviting Brendan Smith. Brendan, you are very welcome.
Thank
and I'm delighted to have you here on this occasion. And on our previous communication and discussion, we had, wonderful insight about your work.
Yes.
So Brendan, the floor is yours. So you can present what you do and what interest you have with India and how we could actually help in this sector, so that we are going to discuss. Before you start, I'm going to invite John O'Sullivan as well here in this panel. So as the guests are coming, John, you are very welcome. Thank you for coming and thanks for joining in this. And this is a very interesting and multi-dimensional day here. We had bit culture, we had bit trade, we had bit political and cultural discussions between the luminaries of Ireland, India. We had ministers, and we had very senior civil servants. So although this is a COVID-19 situation, but the technology is connecting us, and we are talking to each one of you, although still technology is not perfect. And I think companies who providing these services, they need to improve more. So John, my name is Prashant Chupla. I am chairman of the Ireland India Council, and Brendan is going to speak first. After that, John O'Sullivan.
Okay.
Brendan, you're very welcome.
Thank you, and this is a great opportunity. And as from the articles I sent you and Damien, I have very much a great love of the connections, the historical connections between India and Ireland. Sadly, some of that is to due due to the fact that we were both colonies of the same empire. But out of that, we developed the bond of the demand for change, particularly in the area of civil rights and national self-determination. And one of the great founders of our state, Eamon de Valera, was involved in our great day, which in Ireland is St. Patrick's Day in 1920 in New York, which is actually where our St. Patrick's Day was founded among the Irish diaspora. And the demonstration of 1920, and it was in many ways a celebration, but also a demonstration for independence and St. Patrick's Day. It was really a demonstration for Indian and Irish independence. And basically it was saying today we are all Indians, and the Irish were saying today, and the Indians were saying today we're all Irish. So it was very much that brilliant connection. And it's also in the area of literature. We're both a neural race in terms of our promotion of our culture through the oral tradition. And I have here, if you can see it, an original copy. Can you see that now? I'll just bring it over.
See it exactly.
Yeah, of course. You're the first non-European winner of the Nobel Prize for Literature, thanks to an Irishman, William Butler Yeats. And this is an original edition from 1913 with the foreword by William Butler Yeats. So if I can just get the relevant page now. Very much, there he is himself, a beautiful drawing, if you can make it out. Whoops, there we go.
Yes.
Yes, and the forward. So it's actually quite an important book that I have, as I say, the original edition from 1913. So I've always had that particular love of the connections, not just between Ireland and India, but many other countries that have suffered from outsiders and have a tradition that for a long time was not respected. And Indian culture is exceptionally rich and goes back thousands of years. So does Irish, so does all cultures. And it's about time we became aware that every country and culture has something to contribute to the history of the world in a beneficial way. So what a lot of my work, though, involves in is education. And you mentioned earlier about the connectivity issues that we're having today. COVID has been a reality check for so many of us. It really could potentially change the way we are developing societies. We are now very much the global village. Wherever we are in the world, we're all connected together, and we have to improve that broadband connectivity and so forth. So what I have been doing since 2015, it's my 5th year. I've been working in an initiative called Africa Code Week. It is involving bringing a new dimension to education. So when I was growing up and until recently, education had 3 pillars. It had reading, writing, and counting. Now the 4th pillar is coding. This is how the 4th industrial revolution will happen. And whether you're a small school or community in an island off the coast of Ireland, the Atlantic, whether you're a small village in India, whether you're a community within the heart of Africa, we are all connected. And what we have to do is give that skill set to our young people. They are going to be the force for change. So at the moment, Africa Code Week, which was initiated by SAP, involves 28 governments in 37 countries. We are now rolling it out to 54 countries this year in Africa itself. We are working with 160 partners. We have a key element with NGOs, in particular on the ground, the people that have the grassroots activity. And our primary job now is to get the teachers on board in terms of the education shift. And this is a dynamic of change that hasn't been experienced for a long, long time. The teachers are key to making the 4th industrial revolution happen and making our young people aware of what coding is all about and educating them in that. So we're doing the train the trainers, but working with governments, working with NGOs, and we feel that this is something that the whole world could make happen itself. So the new languages that are available now are very much user-friendly. They're about animation. They can excite the enthusiasm of youth. And what we're trying to do with those new coding languages is bring it into the school curriculum. So whether you're in India, whether you're in Ireland, whether you're in Africa, there is now an understanding that education has changed, and we have to embrace that change. We have to show the people that technologies that we're using today can be made by them, whatever part of the world you're in. And whether, and the old world was very much an urbanized world, a centralized world before COVID. And COVID has taught us with the right communication, we can do that change and that technology development no matter where we are across the world. So that's my key role at the moment, to play a little part in it, and working together we can make a change. Sometimes we feel, what are we? We're just grains of sand on a beach, but without the grains of sand, there would be no beach. So it's all about partnerships, and it's all about making sure that our young people are educated, not for the past, but for the future. Yeah, so that's my introduction to the work that I do.
Thank you so much, Brendan. You are wonderful, and you're doing very good work for humanity, a lot of good for education sector. So this is great. John, can you go straight after this, and then we will put actually some questions and more discussion with the panelists as we join. John, please.
I apologize, my broadband connection is not so good. I'm living in the west of Ireland, so I hope you can hear me okay.
Yes, we are hearing you fine.
Okay, wonderful. And good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation from Damien and Prashant to talk today. I've really enjoyed the festivities so far, the fashion show, a host of vibrant colours, and the fabulous jewellery. And luckily my wife is not here to witness it, otherwise I could be a very poor man in the future. Anyway, I'm an environmental advisor and project manager for a climate action group at SSE Renewables, and I've been leading a team on sustainability education over the past year and a half. Damien and Prashant thought this would be of interest to the Ireland-India Council, and the primary reason for that was we foresee a global opportunity in sustainability education, and one which is a perfect fit with the Ireland-India collaboration also. We all know of the wonderful work of Greta Thunberg.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, now I can hear myself twice, so there's a lot of feedback. Is it possible for the other folks to go on mute, please?
Can you put that yourself on mute, please?
I don't know if Damien and Prashant could go on. Okay, that's perfect. Thank you. Great. So we all know of the wonderful work of a young lady called Greta Thunberg. She's been an inspiration for us all and a real driving force behind finally getting, I suppose, global acknowledgement of the climate crisis we find ourselves in. And the fact that sustainability is literally core to the long-term survival of all species on Earth, including us humans. The current pandemic and COVID-19 has given us a taster for what can happen when systems, processes, and nature go wrong. But this is very minor basically in comparison to what can go wrong if we have basically climate change in free fall. So a group of us got together, some of whom are on the call here today. Damien has been instrumental in driving this. We're very fortunate to have Duncan Stewart, lead environmentalist in Ireland. We also have Brendan, who is basically on the panel here today with us and has given fantastic guidance. And we have Amanda and many others. And it's essentially our vision is to try and make sustainability a cornerstone of the education curriculum in Ireland initially. We believe we need to then basically expand beyond that into other designations. And let's just say we think that'll be quite straightforward. The approach that we have decided to take is, as opposed to the typical focus of a very text-heavy type education system, we use images that generate emotion in people when they see them, and images which can basically, literally, we have an expression that a picture is 1,000 words. So we basically rely on images to transmit a lot of information in our education program. And the other benefit is that regardless of the language, images are basically neutral. They work across all languages. And similarly, the education program we've developed can be used for children at a young age, teenagers at an influential age, or even adults to try and get our messages across. So I suppose if we look at what we're doing, what makes it unique, what makes it special. Brendan talked about the COVID world and how things have changed. We essentially initially planned to have an education program where we would train teachers in education centres, and then afterwards they would train the students. COVID has been a real enabler for us, because what we're now doing is taking our content, which is highly image focused, and then basically creating an MP4 file, which essentially is a audio and video file. So people like Brendan Smith can get directly from his lab in NUIG into classrooms across all of Ireland and basically talk about important matters, for example, the circular economy. Similarly, Damien, Duncan Stewart, and so on can basically get into classrooms across Ireland on this online channel. The key thing, I suppose, that we've also tried to do is to make sure that everything we do is basically governed by the UN Sustainability Development Goals. The main Sustainability Development Goals that we're aligning with are education, global health and well-being, climate action, and so on. But we do tick many of those boxes. Also aligned heavily with the new program for government, which has basically just been formed recently. So we have in the new program for government, a strong digital education strategy that we will be following. If we look at the situation at the moment, and we look at, let's just say, where young people are right now from a mental health perspective, from an eco-anxiety perspective. Eco-anxiety would be, I suppose, this and feeling of inevitability of ecological meltdown, and that people can't do anything about it. We believe, as a group, as EcoEd for All, that the young people have amazing potential, and that these people can make a big change, and that we give them the proper tools, the ability for critical thinking, that these people will lead us out of this current problem we have with sustainability, with biodiversity degradation and destruction, and also with the climate change problem. So I suppose in summary, what we're trying to do is to get modules on biodiversity, climate change, circular economy, pollution, and so on into our schools starting in October of this year. We have had some dry runs or some testing periods that have gone very well. And what we hope to do is, as part of our education program, to have, as I mentioned, a series of presentations, MP4 files, which will have a lot of image content. We'll also be looking for the teenagers to do projects. We'll be looking for the teenagers also to hold events to try and communicate basically what they have learned and what they're going to do about their area, and also create networks. So this education program is all about action, not about talk. So that's basically a quick summary of what I've been working on with the EcoEd for All team over the past couple of months. And we will have this program in secondary schools in October. And if anybody has basically a link with an education institution that they'd like to, I suppose, have this program rolled out in, if you can please let us know.
Thank you, John. It is really very interesting information which you have given today. And our next speaker and presenter is John K. Chandy. As I said before, John is heading a company which is based in New Delhi, but he's based in Ireland, in Dublin, and he's doing a lot of work in terms of recruitment of Indian students for Irish universities and Institute of Technology. So John, you are very welcome, and you may have interesting segments and interesting, information which you may wish and may be useful, particularly in developing Irish-Indian relations and coordination with your other partners and all. So you are very welcome, John. This is your time to present yourself and your work, and then we will have question and answers. John, we can't hear you. It is on.
Thank you very much, Prasant. I hope you can hear you now.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, I was waiting for my turn. भारत का स्वतंत्रता प्राप्त होने का 74 वर्षगांठ के इस अवसर पर सभी भारतीयों का मेरा दिल से प्रणाम और हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं. I'm sure the other speakers haven't understood that. My dear friends, yeah.
I think you are hearing your own voice, John.
Yeah, that's right.
Maybe some issues with your microphone system, and
I think, John, I had the same problem earlier. I was watching the YouTube channel and I was on StreamYard simultaneously. Okay. So if you shut down YouTube.
I hope now the double speak is over. Okay. So what I was saying is, my dear friends.
If you remove your headphone and close all other windows, that may help you. It is okay?
Yeah. Now you can hear me?
Yeah.
The sound of. Thank you for bearing with me. My dear friends, on the occasion of 74th Independence Day celebration of India in Dublin, let me convey my best wishes from the bottom of my heart. I congratulate Ireland India Council for organizing this spectacular event. The topic I am going to cover is trends in global education with a focus on education in Ireland. Education is a process of learning and developing skills using ideas, theory, and practice. Exchange of such ideas and knowledge form part of any form of education. Any idea that is conceived in any part of the world, it is communicated through the process of education to other people. Other people take on that, they convert that idea into useful products and services. That is how the world is progressing. As far as global education is concerned, global education started from time immemorial. Universities existed in Nalanda and Taxila during Indus Valley civilization 4,000 to 4,500 years back. And the knowledge, wisdom, and wealth These three things attracted people to various parts of the world. For example, Columbus left the shores of his comfort and discovered America. In 323 BC, Alexander the Great went all the way to India in search of wealth. He was never going to say places like, you can say, Berlin or Paris or places which were nearer to him. At that time, the wealth was focused there in India. So he went all the way, facing all the challenges of crossing the Mediterranean areas and all those things. And these days, if you look at the trend, you will find that people are, moving all over the world in search of education, wealth, and wisdom. If you look at the history, Susruta, a famous surgeon of India, developed the modern implements for surgery. That was the beginning of the surgical instruments. It was a long time back. But now the things are different. Let us now come to the practical aspects covering international students who come to study in Ireland for studies, because I am dealing with the Irish education of international students. Any non-EU student who is coming to Ireland or who is going to any part of the world is doing so for one of these two reasons. First reason is to search for better opportunities, training, and get settled down in that country. A minority, the second group, they want to gain knowledge and return to the home country to do professional activities or to support their parents in their business. In any nation, there is a scope for top performers, and any country, anywhere in the world, would love to have performers from other countries. And Ireland has got all the ingredients or factors needed to attract professionals. Ireland has got good infrastructure, healthy economy, excellent weather, easy access, English language, friendly people, and a welcoming culture. In the present conditions, the major factors which are attracting students to Ireland, the one which has got the major impact is Brexit. After Brexit, many industries are shifting to Ireland from, say, UK. So many non-EU students are having opportunities over here. Second aspect in the current situation is, of course, COVID. During COVID times, we are passing through that phase. Almost all the universities are finding it difficult to provide direct tutoring classes to students. So most of the universities, they are following a hybrid system, online and offline classes they are conducting, and the students who are planned to land in Ireland in September, they'll be coming in September or October, depending on the university. Then the third important factor is access to Europe. Ireland is a part of European Union and the only one left with EU, which is speaking English language, and English language is a bonding between all the major countries all around the world. And because of that, Ireland is looked as a good destination by international students. Then comes employability. If a student studies here, almost all the multinational companies are having their offices here, and they can study, they can join for work after they complete the study. And the scope is quite good in that way. Then, if a student wants to complete the study and wants to go back to the country, then in India, there is a lot of scope for a student who is returning from Ireland after studying. For example, Ireland has got a highly technical approach. One farmer who is from County Wicklow asked me whether there is a provision for any app for monitoring the number of milk bottles in the shops of Aldi and Lidl. He asked me this question, and that shows how technically advanced the people over here are. Back in India, after seeing the technical developments in logistics, transport, and all, if any student goes back to the country, to his hometown or state, this technically advanced system can be duplicated over there, and there is a vast potential. So whomsoever is coming to study in Ireland, that person will be benefited whether the person is staying here in Ireland, in any part of Europe, in any other part of, say, Africa or Middle East or Far East or wherever it is, and even if the person is back in India. There are a lot of possibilities for medicine, then engineering, whether it is civil engineering, mechanical engineering, accounting, or finance, software engineering, of course. All these things are there. And the most important aspects, the last part, which I want to cover, is the life in Ireland. The life in Ireland is mostly family oriented. People get a lot of time to spend with family. Weekends are there, Saturdays and Sundays, and holidays are available. Then there's a serious approach to life. Whether it is a personal life or a professional life, people are very serious. And the advantage which India can have by the training of people in Ireland, students in Ireland, is that they can convert the population or the human resources into a better asset. India is having a tremendous potential in development of human resource, and the students who are going back, they can have the they can become pioneers in developing villages of India. Then Ireland has got a very good habit of bouncing back in any crisis. It has gone through many crises historically, and the last one was a depression which all the countries, almost all the countries, went through from 2008 to 2012, and Ireland became the first country to bounce back, and it was second only to Luxembourg in GDP per capita in the year 2016. And that is the way Ireland does its job. Same way COVID situation is here. Today the issue is here, and I am sure that tomorrow Ireland will be the first to bounce back and come back to normalcy. So what I am saying, all the students who are waiting for September, October intake, is not to waste the opportunity. Come here, study, and complete the studies at the right time. Then other few points are dignity of labor, high life expectancy, pure water and air. I'm coming from India, where the tropical weather is having a lot of issues with the water quality and air quality. And it has got the best infrastructure for sports, games, and arts. There are Olympic medal winners from UCD who have been rowing in Liffey River at the rowing club near the War Memorial, Irish War Memorial. And equality in front of law, irrespective of any nationalities. That is another very, very attractive point. And value of human life, respect to life, and all these things are very attractive for education in Ireland. And solar power usage, wind energy usage, we can all implement it back in India. India has got tremendous amount of sunlight, and we can use it by technologies which are used in Ireland. Ireland is not having that high amount of solar power, but it is very well using it. Even the parking machines are run on solar power. And back in India, we had to copy about all these things. You know, there are so many things which anybody can learn from Ireland. And we are promoting all the colleges, universities, and institutes of technology, including Trinity College, University College Dublin, University of Cork, University College Cork, University of Limerick, Technological University of Dublin, and all the institutes of technology. And because of the paucity of time, I am not going into those aspects, because students can communicate with me and get the information directly from me. And small businesses and agricultural services, we can copy that. Say again, Prashant?
John, can you please conclude in 1 minute?
Yes, yes. So the perfect, professional ways which Irish people are doing, we can learn a lot, when we are here in Ireland. And that is the message I want to say to all the people, this side and that side. And I thank you very much for the opportunity of, for providing the opportunity to speak to people of both the countries during this occasion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, John. It was very elaborated presentation from you, and you have covered so many areas. And before we start question and answer, Noel wants to present something.
Do you want me to give a short presentation?
Can you please briefly do, and then we have the discussions and among the panelists.
Okay, will I give a short presentation, or is that?
Yes.
Okay, 1 moment, I'll share that on the screen. So, moment. So, if you want. Now, can you see that?
Hours.
Hello?
Yes, it is fine.
Okay. Now, I suppose we were looking at, first of all, we've looked at quite a few things and have had some success today, actually, in discussing what are some of the things we're looking for. In terms of where we are in Ireland, we're looking at 3 areas: biogas components, biomass combustion components, and building stock components. So we don't have a massive manufacturing base here in Ireland. So to have the ability to access the manufacturing power of India and the technological advancements in India is a great advantage. And I've just literally had conversations in the last half hour with people who've researched the area of small biogas and are working here in Ireland, originally from India. So it's been quite interesting. We're doing a very interesting program at the moment to demonstrate on-farm biogas. And leading on from where this is a new technology to Ireland, but in India it is very, very common. We understand that it's like literally in every village, in anywhere you have more than 3 cows, you can put in a biogas plant and provide the heating, be it either heating or lighting or cooking gas. And we're looking at doing something similar in Ireland. Obviously, you've scaled that technology up to any farm size, and we're looking for it to work at our farm size scale. So we have a program where we're funded to develop a small number of demonstration plants over the next number of years. There's approximately 5,000 farms in Ireland, at least, that are suitable for such an application. And we've engaged with 280 of those farms so far and have detailed information from them. And even though at this stage it's only demonstration. So it's run by ourselves, but my main group I work with, the Irish Bioenergy Association, but also our agricultural research body, Teagasc, are strongly involved, and we have other groups such as Laois Partnership and Tipperary Cheese. But again, this demonstration project is to show the technological possibilities by using this technology, but we don't have the background material. Typically, we see plants like this, which are the larger industrial type, costing anywhere from 5 million up to 10 million euros to build, and they're for industrial scale, but that's not what we're looking at. They're quite a complex plant. We're looking at more farm scale type product, which is much easier to fit onto our existing farms. That diagram there is just an idea of the complexity of an industrial plant. But we're looking at something far simpler. This would be probably very, I'm sure there's a lot of people in India would recognize these diagrams, these pictures, but this was something we have not seen in Ireland and we should be seeing, which is the small scale biogas, and from that scale upwards. And it's an excellent demonstration of how simple the technology can be. And that is why we're looking to source, know how to source potentially components for that simple systems, which we don't have here in Ireland. I'll just show you, this is a typical one we've seen in, I won't stay too long on the presentation because I know that we're going to have some discussion on it, but this is a typical plant we've seen in Austria, but very few of these small scale ones in Ireland, but this is typically what we're looking for, which is for a 30 cow herd. I think it's up to 50 cows now, but it just uses the slurry, and it uses cheese for, they produce cheese on site, and all of the energy is coming from their biogas plant. Now, we don't have a lot of the components being manufactured here in Ireland for that, and we are actively looking for that. And if there's anybody, we would be very happy to make linkages with Indian technology providers to do that. That's another one. I'll just skip through that one again, as it doesn't come to the main components. These are a couple of example ones we have in Ireland. Again, they're small scale, on farm, taking slurry from either their own farm and possibly a neighbouring farm as well. But what we do need, and we don't have in Ireland, is manufacturers of small scale CHP plants, say from 20 to 100 kilowatt electrical. We don't have small scale upgrading systems. So to bring the biogas from 60% methane up to 90% plus, so you can use it in a variety of uses. So we don't have the associated compressed storage systems, fueling systems, and these are the things we are looking for. And so for manufacturers, we are an open market for that at the moment. And we're looking for the scale requirements. We're looking at from small scale, from 100 to 100 cubic meters per, 10 to 100 cubic meters per hour, and then industrial above that. We'll be looking for pumps, macerators, tank covers, heat exchangers, modular build systems, and then also high density polyethylene liner bag digesters. They are more and more becoming more prevalent, which again are very simple systems to put in place. But we do not have the manufacturing capacity for these things here, so these are things we're looking to source. In terms of biomass fuel supply chain, again, biomass fuels such as wood pellets, wood chip, and other types of fuels. We're looking for fuel processing equipment such as wood chippers, firewood processors. Now that market is quite saturated, so it's not as critical to us, and there is plenty of suppliers. But we are looking for assistance in finding equipment for fuel testing, so laboratory equipment such as drying ovens, screen testers, and balances. We're also looking for modular boiler systems for domestic homes. Ireland and in the rest of the world, or in quite certain parts of the world, we're very reliant on kerosene for heating our homes, which is very high carbon intensity. And we're looking for modular systems that we can take out an oil boiler and put in a biomass boiler. That can, these things can be very simply built in a factory, where you've got the fuel store, the boiler, the heat exchanger, and possibly a buffer store for the water as well, all contained in a simple unit which can be produced in the factory and literally dropped on site and put in for use. So these sort of things benefit from being able to be manufactured cheaply, but they need to be of high quality, and not having to essentially manufacture them on site. They're manufactured in a controlled environment. And then after that, which is really a big area for us all, is the emission mitigation in fuel gas, so to remove particulate matters or nitrous oxide. So we're looking at things there which we don't manufacture in Ireland: ceramic filters, bag filters, electrostatic filters. All of these are pieces of equipment that we're looking for, and we would be very interested in speaking to anybody that can provide that sort of equipment. And then the last area then would be building components. As we are looking to move towards far more efficient homes, we're looking to retrofit a lot of homes. And then any new home that is being built, we need air heat exchangers, ventilation systems, where you're exchanging, taking out the stale air, bringing in fresh air, but you need to be exchanging the heat from one to the other. We're looking for heat pumps, as I said earlier, modular boiler systems, and also PV panel systems, which is also an area where we see a lot of potential in our agricultural sector. So for dairy farms, for poultry, for pig farms, which would utilize a lot more PV than a single domestic home. But those sort of systems are what we are requiring if we're to meet the challenge of climate mitigation here, or carbon reduction and climate change. If we're to meet our requirements on that, and the challenge there for us is sourcing all of these pieces of equipment. So we're very interested in talking to anybody about that. So that's it in a nutshell from our side, and what we would be to see as key areas in doing this. Yeah.
Thank you, Noel. It was really a wonderful presentation and a lot of foods for thought, and huge scope for cooperation between two countries and industries of two countries in your project, because what you are looking for, it is freely available in India. And other side, what I want to mention one thing, that there is a huge demand for solar panels and solar batteries. And India was mostly dependent upon about 80% of import from China. And due to various reasons, now that market is shifting towards Europe. So if there's a coordination and cooperation in these two, I hope it is wonderful commercial relation between two countries. Willie Collins is here. Yeah, Jerry Hanley is here, and he is going to say something. He is running a wonderful project between Galway and Silicon Valley. So, and his project is having huge success. It started with cultural connections, but now it is turning towards economic benefits of both sides, to both sides. So I invite Jerry for a very brief introduction to this project, and then we can have some other interactions as well.
Okay, thank you, Prashant, for the invitation. And what I'd like to share with people is my experience of linking my town, Galway, with a town in Silicon Valley, Menlo Park, but based on historical, real history connections. Not kind of going out there to do business, but I had been in touch with this community through their historical association for a couple of months. And when I went to San Francisco for another reason connected with music and heritage, they said, come down and visit us. And there was an instant synergy. The relationship goes back to 1852, when men from Galway who were out there on the gold rush did well and bought a lot of land. So they gave their name to the town, and it caused the town to be named Menlo Park, which is the same as Castle Galway. That's the kind of historical connection. And so there's a lot of business connections through Stanford and the university, where they have a lot of medical research. The mayors visit each other. There's connection between schools, but I suppose the point that I got out of it is that because there's a cultural heritage backdrop to the whole thing, people find it easy to do business. So at least that's my perception. I know John there worked in that area some years back, but when there's a common understanding, it just makes it easier to do business. There's trust and there's goodwill, and I see that as maybe common to companies and people from India as well, because we have a lot of common heritage in the sense of, you know, coming from the British Empire means we have language, we have a legal system and administration, the things that we kind of take for granted. And I can remind some Irish people who went abroad and bought properties during our boom years, but to find out that the law wasn't the same as some other countries when they came to exert their title. So what I'm saying is having common law, for your understanding of what money and property and contracts mean, is a great advantage. So I would suggest that people in India, come from India, might find Ireland or Galway a good starting place to connect with American companies, because going back to 1973, when Digital Corporation established, we have this cluster, and I think John might have the figure there, but the top 5 American multinationals have bases in Galway. There's also a connection with so many connections that have just come to mind, and I congratulate you on the India Day, because it brings to focus. I mean, people from India and India business right around us, but it's only in a day like this that we bring it all together. In my own case, my daughter went to India on honeymoon, and she wants her son to play cricket so that she can go back to India. And my brother works for a company, and he goes over back to Bangalore quite a bit. What I'm saying is all these things exist around us, but a day like today brings it together. Yeah, and I think looking to Silicon Valley, I mean, I'm not an investor or something like that, but I would have met a lot of people who were involved in that business. And I would say to anybody, if you're an entrepreneur, look for getting involved in areas that solve problems in the world. If there's a social dividend, if you're just setting out to make a fortune, we all like that. But if there's a social dividend to what you're doing, if you're helping to solve a global problem, be it health, transport, or whatever else, that's where these visionaries and these people want to invest their money. We're already connected. That's another story I have from Menlo Park, because I went there in 2012. We became sister cities. Friendship. We signed a friendship agreement in 2013, and in 2016 we completed our full sister city status. So we were the first sister city from Menlo Park, which is the home of Facebook, by the way. You probably know that already, in the center of Silicon Valley. And they liked the idea of having a sister city. So the next year, their second sister city was in India. So I just thrown out this idea to you, that if we're a sister of Menlo Park, and Menlo Park is a sister of you in India, well, then we're already related through sisters, if you know what I mean. So there's so many things that I think we have in common. We listen to our elders a bit more than the rest of the world. This idea of lots of modern data, it's all 95% of the data in the last 5 years. Ancient wisdom is there's not a lot of new wisdom coming out, and I associate those kind of things, musical sounds, with India, Ireland, and I found a fair bit of it in California as well. But I stopped there for the moment, Rashawn, because I could ramble on forever.
Thank you, Jerry. Wonderful experience you shared today. And when we met you last week, that was another wonderful monument, and how the cooperations between two countries and two cities happens. You shown me a practical example of that, so that's good. Now I want to invite Damien that he can conclude and initiate discussion. But Damien, we are running out of time, and maybe we are going to compromise our bit tea break. But if you please conclude this discussion in 5 minutes, and that's the skill only you have. Thank you, Damien.
Thank you, Prashant. Art is a global village, becoming a regional reality. And we have to work hard to work more.
Damien, I'm not sure if it's just me, but I can't hear you.
Yeah, I can't get the sound either.
You may be on mute, Damien.
You go mute. Time's running out now.
Hi, Damien. I think you may be on mute.
Gosh, my apologies. I hope you could all lip read. I was saying that we have to think in terms of us being a global village, and how, you know, when I was a kid, you knew your next door neighbor and people in the local town. You were conscious of people in faraway places and other corners of the world. Now, we must really start thinking of them more and more as our immediate neighbors and what we do for their lifestyle. And we must all work together. And global climate change issues, I mean, a heat wave in Siberia is almost unimaginable. So we have to think, and also of shared values, that we oughtn't to be doing business with kind of expression or where journalists' rights aren't respected. So India, as one of the world's great democracies, Ireland, with so much common history, thankfully it's a 4-year presidential term and there'll be a new leader, and Joe Biden is suggesting almost revolutionary renewable energy program, and the country being carbon neutral by 2035. And it can be done with totally enthusiastic and total commitment from everybody. So the likes of Brendan Smith's vision of the coding worldwide, of common education, and Duncan Stewart, Amanda, and others, that we really can make a difference. And it's something that everybody must do. And it's those little incremental levers that make the difference. And if we start with education and we get all the kids in the world pestering people, you know, what we were saying, that mixture of tourism, you know, I've been lucky enough that I've traveled a lot in my life. Not sure the next generation will be able to travel as freely. But thanks to mediums like this, as we refine them, today was a huge learning experience for everybody involved. But it also has brought home the effectiveness that this medium can be, how we were able to interact with people in remote corners of India, get to know elements of people's characters. I must say that in particular, Dr. Karan Singh made a deep impression upon me, and his totally enthusiastic understanding of Irish writers and Irish history, that we need to form personal bonds, which we did previously by tourism, but now we can do easier in our living rooms. Education then, you know, is the backbone of a society, and we must have global education relative to global issues. And that's the type of program exemplified in EcoEd for all. And then trade follows, and trade for mutual life enhancement of all people involved. And if we can get our little matchmaking program where people from all corners of India can register what they would ideally like in a trade partner, or somebody would help them find business, or somebody whose skills might enhance their scenarios, and vice versa from here, we can build a little better world. And, you know, whose job is it to do this? Where does the leadership come from? Everybody must be a leader. That the biggest deficit in the Western world is lack of proactive leadership. And, you know, we have to be wary of, you know, stuff that is evidence-backed and logical and rational, and sound economic footings. And India, you know, if you look at the progress of India in the last 50 years, it's extraordinary. And I am dumbfounded every time I'm there by the just wonderful, magical people, and their appreciation of life and what creates happiness. And, you know, enshrined in both the American and the Irish Constitution, which people don't think of, is the pursuit of happiness. And, you know, it's nearly considered an element of almost a character defect sometimes. But it is a valid objective. And when I see people sitting on the side of the road in India chatting away, full of enthusiasm about all sorts of things, I think wonderful. So that's my conclusion. And Prashant and his family are a wonderful asset to India and a wonderful example of the giving of so many wonderful people in India. If you look at the people who've participated today, all volunteers and all with wonderful enthusiasm. And it's people like this that make things happen. And it, you know, it might be a little slower, we mightn't do it exactly when we'd like to do it, but we get it done. And if we all strive and take the practical stuff that Noel Gavigan has put together, the ideological stuff that Duncan, bringing students to here. My daughter didn't have a honeymoon yet, but she was staying in the Far East and benefited hugely from that you know, let's make a lot of benefit come from this terrible COVID-19 and make sure that in a year's time as kids, you know, the pensionable job and all of those things, this will not apply to the next generations. And it's because of our failure to value the issues surrounding biodiversity. And if you look at the source of the pandemics and the plagues, I think we can learn a lot from India. Essentially, it's a vegetarian nation. You know, between us, we could do an awful lot. Thank you very much, everybody. And Prashant, go ahead there.
Thank you, Damien. And anyone wants to put any question not much questions, particularly for this segment, but comments, observations from other sessions. So, any thought? Brendan.
Yeah, I just have to basically very impressed with everything. And I love Damien's summation, and maybe that's something that I certainly overlooked in my own. I talked about education having historically three pillars: the writing and the counting, the fourth pillar being coding, but the fifth pillar, without any hesitation, is respect for the rest of nature, and we're part of nature. And every technology development should be have an audit against its impact on the actual planet itself. You know, because we're the only species that produces waste.
You're muted.
Sorry. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. So that was.
Brendan, turn your sound on.
Sorry?
Everybody's muted. No, Brendan, go ahead.
My sound
Repeat,
is on.
encore.
Okay. Sorry, just in case, Damien, you missed that. What I was saying that in my own piece there earlier, I mentioned about coding being the new pillar of education, reading, writing, and counting being the other three, and coding is the fourth. But the fifth pillar, as you said yourself, and John and everybody alluded to, is the importance of respect for nature, for biodiversity. And everything that we actually should do should be measured against the impact on the rest of the planet. And that's the reason why we're having the problems we have today, because so-called advancement and so-called progress, so-called technology development did not take into consideration the impact on the planet. And that has to be the new era. And COVID has been a reality check to all of us, the importance of, sorry there, now that's Damien. Can you hear me okay, everyone?
Yeah.
Yeah. We can hear you. Just
You're fine, yeah.
That's the problem. Yes. It's thinking. You hear me, John? Fine. Yes.
I can hear you perfectly, Brendan.
I
yes.
think Damien thinks that the problem is at my side, actually. Prashant, you heard that okay? Yes. Jerry, you heard that okay?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Great.
Oh.
I better finish there because I don't do this a third time. Yeah, the problem, sorry, Damien, is at your side. Maybe, John, you'd like to come in there to reinforce something in terms of the new education system that we have, the integration of nature into studies.
I think that I think that certainly nature is where we all came from, and nature is the ultimate, I think, leveling. Let's just say we have problems at the moment where, for example, we see inequities in all parts of the world, be it economical, with the top 3 American earners earning as much as the next 160 million people. We see it also with the use of resources around the planet. We see it certainly with basically with generation of carbon and so on. So I think that Damien has eloquently captured, let's just say, I suppose, the essence of what we're trying to do. And it's wonderful that people are volunteering. We have 10 people on our education EQUED for All program volunteering for the last 2 years. It's been a wonderful journey. We've achieved a lot. We're about to make a very significant difference. And I think volunteering really is, when people volunteer, it's clear that they really believe in a cause. They're very passionate about it, and they will drive it on and make a difference. And it's wonderful to see, I suppose, so many people volunteering, I suppose, in this regard. And it's very important for us, this discussion about leadership earlier, that all of us have a role, and all of us have responsibility now to, I suppose, pass on that spirit of collaboration, volunteerism, and so on, and also care for the planet for the next generation. And just in closing, I think that, you know, the stereotype that many of us have for teenagers and the next generation are lopsided, unjustified, and unfair. I think there are a lot of very solid individuals. We see the Greta Thunbergs, we see a lot of teenagers making great strides. We need to move away from criticizing. We need to move away from, you know, basically always, I suppose, viewing the youth in a certain way. We were there one time, and now I need to basically, I suppose, encourage them, and basically, you know, teach them what we've learned through our mentors and help them make a difference. Because in the end of the day, you know, all of us in the call here are on the wrong side of 50 years of age, I think. And unless we pass on the flag, let's just say, we're all kind of, we've a big problem ahead. And I think that hopefully this council can maybe look at that. I think what Noel set out today in terms of biogas, biomass, and so on is phenomenal. If we can start to, let's say, proliferate small-scale renewables across, let's just say, areas that haven't historically had the opportunity, we get rid of a lot of the inequities we see at the moment in the energy industry and in the economic opportunities. So I think there's a lot of great output today, but it would be great to also see some form of a document or an action plan or a strategy being formulated that we can move forward with. And thank you for involving me today in the discussions, Damien and Prashant.
Yeah, thank you as well. Yeah, thanks, Damien. Thanks, Prashant.
Well, anybody else like to make a contribution there? Because we're such a broad platform and a broad group of people that if we work to cooperate together over the next number of months, we will have a document ready sometime late August, early September, and Diwali, which is another big Indian event in November,
We hope to have about a 90 to 100-page document on how Ireland and India can cooperate in a post-Brexit, post-COVID world, and a lot of practical connections. So any of you know that and can think of areas of endeavour that you would like to see connections made in, get on to Rai. And that, so then in about 5 minutes, we'll chat for another few minutes. Prashant will have some closing remarks from Shauna Farrell and from the Indian ambassador. And, I suppose the thing that will impinge on all our lives over the next number of months is how the COVID issues develop worldwide. And, you know, that great quote that I love so much, that it's not the strongest who survive or the most intelligent, but those most willing to make change as it is needed and demanded. So we all have to mind those people around us. Yesterday, this is disturbing, I was in a large hardware chain and 2 people came in coughing and I asked them to put their masks on and I got a string of obscenities. And there were about 20 people in the queue. Not one of them showed any empathy. They were all afraid. Now, I then rang the guards out of curiosity and I was told they had no role in compliance. I went to the barracks and I discussed it with 2 senior guards and they said they had no role in compliance or enforcement. Now, you know, we need to think of those kind of things as nearly the equivalent of driving if not pedophilia, or our friends, neighbours and family may not see Christmas. So we want universal mask wearing. And, you know, Taiwan has virtually no cases and no deaths. And the countries that are faring best are those who are working best to enforce mask wearing. And, you know, it's not a burden. I don't pay a toll on the toll bridge. It escalates after a month or 2 and you go to jail. Litter fines, you know, smoking worked. And not all face coverings are equal. That, you know, a piece of light fabric is maybe 3 or 4% filtration. Medical mask, like a good example here on the right, can have 90-odd%. So let's make sure that we're all here at the time next year. And thank you all so very, very much. And our thoughts are with everybody. And that, so Prashant, go ahead there and organize the closing bit. And a special thanks to all the staff in Farmley. They're good-natured, good-willed, enthusiastic, and, you know, we'd all swap with them. It's such a magical environment to work in. And Georgina and Mr. Long and Willie, the man at the gate and everything. You know, I can't think of many reasons for wanting to be Taoiseach here at the moment, but getting to live in the shed out the back would be one of them. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
No, Willie, you go away from him as soon as he's.
Will that work? So in next few minutes, we are going to have closing ceremony. And in that closing ceremony, we will have a beautiful message from Farmley Chief Guide and Ambassador, Indian Ambassador and Cam Korla. So Cam Korla is going first to give his message. Thank you. Voice. Can you play here? Just bear with me. We are sorting this. Do it here if.
No, I'm just wishing it to work.
Where is this link? This?
Yes.
No, there's. I have in this. Can they play? Yeah. Just to stop that. यहाँ देखो हो रहा है
You just bear with me a minute. We'll try and get this video up and running. I'm just trying to get this thing shared now at this moment. Now we're on open mic at the moment. Let me see. So we're having trouble. It's getting this to open. It's quite a large file. Now I can get it to play. And then share.
नहीं वो चल रहा है उसको क्या
Hello and welcome to India Day.
On the occasion of India Day.
I'm very honoured to take up the gracious invitation to share a few short words with you on the occasion of India Day 2020. This has become an important date in the Irish calendar, and it serves to highlight annually, in an official and an enjoyable manner, the strong and enduring bond
इसमें मैं कर रहा हूँ कॉपी कैसे करूँ Just leave it as that. छोड़ दो सफारी से नहीं होगा क्रोम से होगा go through Chrome. It is not from the system. Yeah.
I'm very honoured to take up the gracious invitation to share a few short words with you on the occasion of India Day 2020. This has become an important date in the Irish calendar, and it serves to highlight annually, in an official and an enjoyable manner, the strong and enduring bonds of friendship between Ireland and India. Since first being elected Count Corla in 2016, I have been pleased to make my own small contribution to developing and strengthening the links between our two proud nations. And the work of the India-Ireland Council for its energetic and enthusiastic work promoting closer links between our two countries. I also record my appreciation of His Excellency the Ambassador and all his team in the Indian Embassy in promoting practical cooperation. India Day is an opportunity to acknowledge the many people who wish to see even closer and more fruitful cooperation between Ireland and India. I can assure you that India has many, many friends here in the Irish Parliament. We too wish to see more cooperation between us, particularly at parliamentary level. This can only benefit us both. Our two nations are separated by many thousands of miles, but it has long been acknowledged that India and Ireland have developed a particularly close and warm friendship over many years. Despite the disparity in size and population between us, and God knows they're enormous, we have spent many productive years and decades closely cooperating in many practical areas. We are honoured that many Indian men and women and their families have opted to make Ireland their home, some temporarily, but some permanently. They have made an enormous contribution to so many different aspects of Ireland's life today, our economy and our well-being. On this India Day, I again pay tribute to all those who have made Ireland a much, much better place by their own valuable contributions. And as we find ourselves living in these difficult times and challenging times, we need all the meaningful and expert contributions possible. COVID-19 poses an existential threat to our lives, our economies, and future well-being. I have remarked elsewhere, this health crisis shows that we are stronger when we commit to working together. This virus respects no border. It can only be defeated by the global community coming together as one force for good. Future generations will judge us on how we succeed in the weeks and in the months ahead. And the history books recording 2020 will hopefully show nations coming together to serve all our people. As Count Corla of Dáil Éireann, I know that the members of the Houses of the Oireachtas have an important contribution to make in this regard. We must lead by example in educating, reassuring those who find themselves suffering in these dark times. We parliamentarians must lead by example, sharing expert scientific knowledge and best health practices. Our collective efforts at the present moment are invested in ridding our lands of the scourge of COVID-19. The skills, knowledge, and cooperation we show in this demanding struggle will hopefully allow us to prevail sooner rather than later. Then there will be other issues to address. Now, more than ever, countries, their parliaments, and their people must work together. In future, happier days, I hope that we will be able to harness the current energy, the knowledge, and international cooperation for future good as we plan the recovery of our crippled economies and damaged societies. These are issues which I know will be touched upon and debated, along with many others, during India Day event. Once again, I offer my congratulations and thanks to all those involved in organising India Day 2020. As Count Corla, I wish to assure you that my door remains open to all our Indian friends seeking closer bilateral links between our two countries. I am particularly anxious to see a strengthening of parliamentary links between Dublin and New Delhi. And as I start my second term of office as Count Corla, I will continue to work with His Excellency the Ambassador in planning closer cooperation between Leinster House and the Loch Sabha. Perhaps we can even aspire, after these troubled days, that a bilateral visit from India or Ireland can take place once the dark clouds have lifted. That is my earnest hope and one for which I will continue to strive. In the meantime, I offer my warmest good wishes to all our Indian friends on the occasion of India Day. Stay safe, stay well, and as we look forward to happier days, let us also look forward to even closer cooperation between our two nations. Thank you, Guramagiv.
I offer felicitations to Ireland-India. On the occasion of India Day 2020, I offer my felicitations to Ireland-India Council, organizers of this important cultural event, which has become a much cherished annual feature in the diary of the Indian-Irish community. I am pleased to note the multifaceted program organized this year using virtual platforms as the new normal for doing business in the challenging time of COVID. The events represent the diversity of the expanding partnership between India and Ireland in all fields. Hopefully, the virtual discussions will be sustained through effective implementation of the emerging proposals in the important fields of healthcare, climate change, trade, and culture. India and Ireland share a common destiny, rooted in our historical freedom struggle movements fostered towards democracy, rule of law, and social reforms. This has laid the foundation of a very strong political relationship, which over the years has been nurtured to encompass economic, educational, cultural, as well as science and technology dimensions. Today, we have a substantive partnership fashioned by shared values and ideas, which we are endeavoring to sustain over the long term through out-of-the-box mechanisms. Our robust relationship has also helped in dealing with the unprecedented COVID crisis, turning challenges into opportunities. Our Prime Minister Narendra Modi had a telecon with the former Irish Taoiseach Leo Varadkar on 22nd April to exchange experiences on pandemic management, as well as to explore future collaboration in the pharmaceuticals, medical, and other fields. Taoiseach Varadkar specifically expressed appreciation for the tremendous role played by Indian nurses and doctors in frontline positions throughout Ireland. The Indian government also facilitated the export of around 1,700 empties of paracetamol to Ireland. The generous pandemic unemployment payments offered by the Irish governments to those who had lost jobs, wage subsidies for employers, and low interest credits for micro businesses, I'm happy to say, were also availed by Indian companies, professionals, and students. Local Irish organizers raised substantial amount of money for Indian PM Cares Fund, which is very encouraging. The new frontiers of economic collaboration between our two countries will encompass cutting-edge digital technologies such as fintech, cybersecurity, AI, IoT, advanced BPOs, security solutions, RFID tags, blockchain technologies, and VR applications. In the context of work from home, I'm happy to state that the globally renowned Indian company TCS has offered to Irish government test run of software solutions for schools to carry out remote lectures and assessments. Joint medical research also holds considerable potential in areas of health sanitation and biomedicine. We have learned that Panakia Biotech, an Indian innovation-led biotechnology group, will be collaborating with Grafana, USA, for the development of the COVID vaccine through a joint venture company to be based in Ireland, which is very encouraging. As regards trade, there is potential for increasing bilateral trade from euro 5.4 billion, around 1.2 billion in goods, and around 4.2 billion in services in identified sectors of agriculture, pharma, chemicals, and energy. We strongly believe that the Irish industry can contribute to India's Atmanirbhar, which is self-reliant, flagship programs, mainly through technology transfer in infrastructure, renewable energy, and digital technologies. In his inaugural address to the India Global Week, I may remind that Prime Minister Modi particularly invited foreign entrepreneurs to invest in agriculture, defense, and space. Moreover, through pharmaceutical sectoral convergence, both countries can integrate better health infrastructure in their manufacturing and supply chains. This will provide an opportunity to diversify our supply chains and position India as a strong competitor to other countries.
It's 16 hours.
At the same time, Indian industry recognizes Ireland's strengths in providing strategic business linkages with UK, EU, and transatlantic US. The pandemic has also been an opportunity to promote traditional Indian lifestyle systems and immunity-boosting products like Indian herbs and spices. We are seriously pursuing proposals for institution of yoga and Ayurveda chairs in major universities such as Trinity, UCT, and DCU. Now let me come to post-Brexit collaboration. In this context, it is our assessment that Ireland can emerge as a strong partner on account of its geostrategic advantages, which are, it is English speaking, as common law system, highly skilled workforce, low corporate tax, and transatlantic US link. Indian high-tech companies like TCS, Infosys, Wipro, and HCL are already expanding operations in Ireland. The country can also play a role in leveraging India's business interest in the EU, including for conclusion of the very important broad-based trade and investment agreement, which is important for both EU and India. At the multilateral level, both India and Ireland have been elected as non-permanent UNSC members for 2021-22, and there will be opportunities to work on shared priorities of multilateralism, climate change, peacekeeping, rule-based international order in the post-COVID era, peace and security. These are values and ideals that both India and Ireland hold dear. In our expanding multifaceted relationship, the large Indian community in Ireland can play a very important role. They are regarded as highly skilled, disciplined, integrated with Irish society, and contributing to socio-economic development of Ireland. During the pandemic, the community has shown exceptional solidarity, civic responsibility, and leadership in tackling the challenges. With their support, the embassy assisted several hundred citizens to travel to India through direct repatriation flights from Dublin and various hub destinations in Europe. In the context of COVID, they can assist us in identifying trade, investment, and R&D opportunities. For example, there is an India-Ireland business tie-up for manufacture of PPEs in County Laois. An Indian-Irish couple has also launched Maharani Gin recently using some Indian vitalizing ingredients in County Cork. And again, an Indian scientist at National University of Galway has developed a decontaminant anti-bioagent AB swipe, which is a highly innovative technology for non-toxic removal of pathogens from surfaces. This has been done in collaboration with the Irish Defence Forces, which can be useful for India as well. The Embassy values its collaboration with the Ireland-India Council towards further strengthening of the bilateral relationship in pursuance of our shared destiny. I wish the Ireland-India Council all success in their future ventures. May the India-Ireland legacy grow from strength to strength. Jai.
Okay, thank you.
Hello and welcome to India Day in Ireland. My name is Donald McCoy and I'm lucky enough to be in the position as the head guide here in Family House and Estate. I'm sure you're already aware that India Day is celebrating its 6th anniversary here in Ireland. And I can tell you that on behalf of ourselves in Family and the OPW, the Office of Public Works as a whole, we are delighted to be associated with such a worthwhile initiative. For those of you maybe a little bit unaware, or maybe like to know a little bit more about Family itself, Family House is looked upon as being one of the most significant houses in all of Ireland. But its beginning wasn't just like that. In fact, it started off as a small Georgian house in the middle of the countryside. What turned things around was when it was purchased by a gentleman by the name of Edward Cecil Guinness. Edward Cecil Guinness is the great-grandson of Arthur Guinness. And when Edward Cecil purchased Family, the whole idea was that he wanted somewhere rural where he could bring up his family, but which had good links or good, which is actually close to the heart of the city and also to James Gate Prairie. When he actually purchased it, the whole idea was that he wanted to develop the house and the grounds. So the house itself, he hired a very well-known Irish architect by the name of James Franklin Fuller. And between the two of them, they are responsible for what you can see today in Family, and also why the grounds are so magnificent today. Now, everyone, I also want to point out to you that the Guinness family remained in Family right up until the late 20th century. And it was in 1999 that the Irish government acquired the property. And the whole intention then, the whole purpose, was to host visiting dignitaries and high-level meetings. It's also at that stage that Family opens its doors for the public to come in and view this magnificent house. Now, it's usually at this stage that I would be inviting you in to go on a tour of Family. But unfortunately, as you're all aware of COVID-19, the pandemic, we are unable to actually get access to the house. But it's not all bad news. We've actually designed, myself and other guides, put together a little tour of the grounds, the estate itself. This tour actually takes in the architecture of the building, the history of the house, of course, and the other kind of buildings around the estate. You're taking things like the flora and fauna, a bit of art as well. Those tickets are available weekly, or I should say daily, and you can buy them either online at www.family.ie, or if you prefer, you can actually buy them on site in our information area, which is located in the Motor House. Now, today, actually, what I wanted to mention was that today I wanted to give you an idea of where we are, where I'm located right now. And this is known as the new kitchen, or simply the kitchen room. But we're led to believe that the Guinness family never actually used this as a kitchen at all. It was actually used as a workshop for the estate's carpenter. Today, to give you a bit of an idea of where we are right now, we're situated in what's known as the new kitchen, or simply the kitchen room. But we're led to believe that the Guinnesses, the family, recall that this was never used as a kitchen. More so, it was used as a workshop for the estate carpenter. But today, I can tell you that kind of in this room, we have two cast iron ranges to my left-hand side. And throughout this room, we have pieces by Hughie O'Donoghue and Derek Hill located on the walls. Lovely art that you can see. Before I say goodbye to you, because this is going to be very short and sweet, I want to point out to you, just give you an invitation really to visit Farmley whenever you wish. We are open, as I said, 7 days a week, and if you do come in, we'll always welcome you to go on a tour of the grounds, the estate. If you prefer, though, you can just roam around the estate, the gardens, view these magnificent pleasure gardens that we have. But also we have a working farm. Or if you just want to stop and have a cup of tea or coffee in the Boathouse Cafe, you're more than welcome. If you come now, this week and a few months later, we're happy to announce that we have just opened in Farmley Gallery a new ceramics exhibition called Landmarks. Now, I want to tell you just to keep an eye out on our events page on www.farmley.ie for any upcoming tours, lectures, presentations, especially now this week for Heritage Week. Now I want to say thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of India Day. Take care.
Hello, everyone. These are the messages from Indian Ambassador to Ireland, Cam Corley, Speaker of Irish Parliament and the head tour guide of Farmley. So with these messages, we want to conclude here, and you can see our whole team, which was involved in today's preparations and event, is here. We have after this a movie, Indian movie, but we want to shift it 2 hours from now, because this is not a time for movie. Most of the people may be traveling from offices, not from offices, but maybe busy in their some other important work in their homes as Sunday. So from 7 o'clock, we will have one Indian movie with English subtitles, and that will conclude our celebration of Independence Day or India Day here in Farmley. So thank you so much. Thank you everyone for your support, your participation and enthusiasm, particularly to all volunteers who are here. Thank you. Namaste.
Namaste. Everyone for Namaste. Pardon. Take one more with everybody doing Namaste. Namaste. Okay. And everybody